Hey guys, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. It's Crack Like Wednesday. How was work? How was school? Was quick at home? That's what you did. Was that quick enough? Did I get out there quick enough? How you doing, Nashi? How you doing, Jazzberry Blues? How's everyone else in chat? You guys are doing alright. Welcome on into the stream. There's 100k rub for you guys in chat, so make sure you guys use exclamation mark join to get on in there. Cam is back on. It's because I did my hair today. So don't feel like a Muppet. Still probably am a Muppet, but don't feel like one, which is the main part. So that's the nice part. But we're gonna get on Marcus Jugadorez tonight. Alright, we're gonna do a bit of criminal roleplay. And I think we're gonna see a new regular character around the place, old Cheechy boy. Old Cheech. That's if he's about tonight. Hopefully he is. But we'll have to wait and see. We're gonna get in there, get into some mischief with Willie and the other boys of the Feral and girl or the Feral Few MC. And yeah, see where the night takes us. Dipping sauce. Ooh. What kind of dipping sauce did you make? I'm interested now. I had homemade cabana eggs and bacon on a bit of toast. You know, jammy eggs. It's good stuff. Bit of Worcestershire and was it tomato sauce on the yolk? Can't go wrong. But let's go over to the main screen. We've got Big Marcus. He's standing there like the press, ready to go. Boom. And I've actually done a little bit of changes. I don't know if this is good, but the camera's a little smaller. Taking a little bit of space. The chat's moved up slightly, so things are moved out of the way. But I think that's nice. Sesame oil, sriracha, QP, and soy sauce. Oh, that sounds pretty fucking nice. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to save that one in little books. Jazzberry, you seen that? You better save that for my little source book. My little source book. Now, I think the music should be good. We should probably get onto the old radio so that people know that we're around. Oh, but that's the thing, chat. Oh, I just realized something. You guys could see radio if I don't do this. Can't have that being leaked out there. I think I get fucked with pretty quickly. Knowing you, Nashi. The boom. See, much better. That looks so odd. Yeah, radio check. It's not changed, has it? Nah. Is there no one else around? Have other avenues of getting my radio? You could probably just ask Zeke, bro. You just straight up give it out, man. Old Zeke. Yeah, and Jazz has stolen these chippies. Is that already in your book? That sauce sounds delicious. I thought that's what you were going to say. Be like, I already have this sauce. So, of course. No one we're doing. Tablet, that one. Oh, banger song, chat. This has to be turned up. I'm sorry. Such a nerd. Is anyone around? Do we have any friends? Yeah, old Dosey, but Dose is bloody terrible to get on a radio. Let's see if Cheech is around. Alright. Put some shit away. Does it tell you which radio you're connected to when you pull it up? It probably does, doesn't it? I'm full don't trust this. I can't remember right now. We've ruined the music too. Yeah, it does. I'll turn this radio up but to like 60 or something. 70. See, lucky I did change. Now, other than getting Cheech in, I'm not too sure what the goal is tonight. I'm going to try and rob some stuff. I know they added in the new mailbox robberies. There's also the smash and grabs, but you need a cop for the smash and grabs. Sold a bunch of the cheeky green stuff I had in bags. So, I guess we'll just go from there. Right, they need to do that, thank God. Right, let's get rid of this. Yeah, I've got a random bomb. I could probably break that down. You know, I forgot what these two are for. Got a spare crowbar. I'm gonna bin that shit. Do I keep my sediment in here? Something else. Do we go down to the pawn shop to see if we can sell that stuff? Because that's some stuff I've already stolen from the old mailboxes and whatnot. Same van. It's me doing a bit of inventory management. chuck this in there. I'll be right. And then we're going to put our bags in, chat. Should we put them in our brand new drug van? You guys want to see? I've got a, this is my Firewall Faithful drug van, alright, chat? So if you guys see a gang burrito that's bright red with neon, please don't pull it over. Alright, it's full of weed. Absolutely full of it. Right. Turn this back down. Let's get the bike out. Let's go be a menace. We gotta change clothes. We're still in our old outfit because we got sussed out by the cops. We got wigged out. Not sus at all. No, don't take all my weeds! Please, leave them alone. It's the thing is too, is even if I'm pretending to be Firewall Faithful, it's a bad play. And then it's bright fucking red. I stick out like dog's balls. It's not ideal, but hey, you know what? We do it for the bean, we do it for the lols. How you doing, Thomas? Chuck like Happy Wednesday. Having a good morning. You're my grower. Oh, I gotta get robbed in someone else's turf. Yeah, it's good, G. I mean, I've had the same kind of day. I was chilling myself. Why did I garden all of a sudden? What the fuck? I was showing one of my mates how to play the server today. One of my IRL friends. Was it this one? Yeah, sweet. And he's mates of Cheech as well, so I was getting them into it, and you know, it's just showing him the ropes. It's his first time playing roleplay, so you know, it's always funny watching them like having a bit of a go. I was meant to like do editing this morning, but I'm getting stuck here for like 4 or 5 hours, just bloody mainly watching them be dinguses. But yeah, giving a bit of a helping hand, you know, giving a bit of a helping hand. And what a place to start, eh? Supernova. Now let's see if I can sell this stuff to one of these guys. This bloody. Yeah, bleach can sell here. Alright. But Bong does not. Where does Bong sell? You I buy things from. What's the postcards? And this is where you sell the goodies. Is it a bottle cap thing, chat? Oh, we could do some deliveries too. That's probably not a bad shout. We're going to see if there's any cops available for smash and grabs. Let's have a quick squizzy. One available, one needed, chat. So that means we're probably going to get pressed if we do a little smash and grab. We check if these things turn into bottle caps. And it's just a bong chilling there. We'll be right. How much ammo do I have on me? Alright, we just send a smash and grab, just for the sake of it. I reckon so.
We need breast milk into our 30s. Blow me, okay?
What do I have on me? One dirty money. These are seeds. Oh yeah, but I've planted, so it doesn't really matter that much. Joint. Yeah, we Gucci.
Suji gave me some extra breast
Is that
milk
locked?
from her pump, but Dara
Yeah,
drank
it
it
is.
by mistake.
Let's send.
You can say that again.
Yeah, boom.
That's my last time forgiving him.
Good God!
Fuck, it takes a while. Probably should have done the one that's right in the city, but...
Damn!
I should just
Guys, hurry him up.
Oh no!
Right.
No? Hurry up, my guy. I did just try to shoot. It wouldn't let me.
What is that?
Should we turn this music down?
No, what the hell?
How long is this? Like a minute? I feel like I'm just gonna get cuffed.
Good God!
Come on, bro. Alright.
Oh my God!
I'd have shot him already. I tried to shoot. I forgot I set it up to, what's it called? It's not hold to aim anymore. It's just tap. So I don't know why I was sitting there holding my like right click, right mouse button. I did not need to. Bro, that my heart's pounding after doing that. I'm gonna go rob mailboxes. That's way chiller. Let's see if Dose is working down at the markets. Let's have a little squizzy down there. My plants would be ready by now too, so I could definitely harvest those. Get myself caught, eh? I'm sweating, chat. I can feel it. I'm actually sweating. That's freaked me out. I can't do my wheel spin either till like 12 o'clock tonight because I degened and collected it at like 12 AM like a spoon. I could just check my phone if Ghost is working, couldn't I? Maybe I secretly wanted to rob the mailboxes around here. Don't do it, no. Not my weed location. 100% just gonna rob this mailbox, but get that out ready to go. I didn't see cops, but I probably should have checked a little harder. Any dogs? Any pugs? I've already beaten up one guy for that. Just this man on a little crime spree. It's alright. Just casually. Nice. Alright. Now I'm gonna go collect my my weed growing car out. I'm gonna go get this weed. Alright, I'll run a little rough if you guys can chat when we get to the Merida garage. Buddy, Jimmy was saying that he's full dressed up as a postman when he's doing these mailbox robberies. And that's probably the go. You can try and roleplay it out. I want to make a little flyer. I have a perfect idea for it. So we'll see. But we're not getting heaps of cops' attention right now, which is kind of nice. Unless we're just getting watched. Oh, sorry lady. Wasn't me, but what's in these parcels? A bit of hand sanitizer. Oh, a bit of ammo. I'll take that. Great ammo is the best kind of ammo, right? Right, so we'll get the inconspicuous weed mobile and we'll go to our growth spot, eh? And I'll do a quick 50k raffle for you guys to chat. Here you go. Make sure you guys use X-Way for trying to get in there. Whoops. Wasn't me. Yeah, Thomas is getting in there. I did just rob something down here, so I should probably look out for cops, but... we're inconspicuous, we'll be right. We'll be right. What's the worst that could happen? And we'll pull into this spot. Now, I think I have enough water and stuff to plant off of the bat. Let's have a little look-see. So I'll get the shears out. I'm pretty sure I can harvest and plant off the rip, so we can just do that. I'll harvest first and see if I got space, or should be able to just grab out some fertilizer. Need 8. That's 4. 8. Oh, what's that? Poor coal. Poor coal has appeared in chat. Do I land on the right side of the suite? Don't fall the wrong way. There we go. Talk about weed spot, chat. I think it's classic. I reckon it's a good spot. You do have a bit more sunlight, but other than that, I reckon it's a Gucci spot. Until I see like Andrew Tate from that building taking photos of me or something, then I'm just screwed. You probably source some chops too while I wait for people to be about. I do have that radio turned up, so I should be able to hear them, but that music could be a little loud. I guess we have to do some more smash and grabs, but that's the other thing. We get these little like grindy things out of the way, and then do some smash and grabs. My plan was to take Cheech and get some smash and grabs done with him, teach him like the ins and outs, get some pickpocketing going. Well, we gotta like we gotta properly like induct this guy. I need to buy pots, I think, if I want to plant these all at the same time again, so we'll get rid of the weed. Oh, Jazz won 25k. Was it a split pot? And Thomas got 25k, nice. Not made changing music out here. Cleaning up my playlists. Make this a bit more rocky bikey. Don't forget, guys, you want to do song requests as well. Chuck them on into the channel request or channel points, or you can also use your chippies by doing !SR and then the Spotify song link. Hey, who's this Nige fella? Let's see, how many pots do I have left? Do I actually break? Yeah, I broke a bunch, so I can't just plant off the bat. So let's get rid of this pot. That's the first protocol. Right, so I'm gonna put a shovel in here. Put the pots in there for now. Water can and the shears, or whatever. Alright, everything else I'll just carry on me. Oh, just enough seeds to do a grow. I nearly have to go back out to the island again. Get this off her back. Alright. Pretty inconspicuous. Let's go to this garage. There's one up to the top there. I think it's a bit less obvious than that one there. Hey, Mark, mate, you on the radio? Nigel Bushdi, eh? Oh, I better come meet up with these two fucking schmucks. Fuck, this is here. Nice and close. Oh! Stopped to crash! Not ideal. Guess we're still here. Hopefully. There's nothing in that car anyway, really. I mean, someone's gonna come steal my bags of shit. My fertilizer's gone. More likely to lose my car, right? We have a battle royale. This Saturday, huh? Is it this Saturday? Yep. La boom. No, didn't like it. Right, give me one sec, chat. La boom. It was reconnecting. Was that the same guy I was doing? I hope not. I guess we shall find out, won't we? Don't mind the messy desktop too. I mean, it's actually not that messy, but it's alright. What do you need dirty money for, but that? Look, I'm doing alright with dirty money. I got some diamond weed off Joey, and that sorted us. I'm not gonna lie, having that diamond weed off Joey. I sold like 35 bags or something like that, and I got like 5k dirty, 6k dirty, and I sold like another 150 bags of what's it called? The garden variety. I made a bit from that. Blow torches, they're part of boosting, right? They're part of boosting. Or Ladybar, nice. But yeah, no, yeah, it's for boosting a couple other things, right? So that's why you get part of a crew, because you just sorted. Like, I'm all sweet. I don't have to stress too much. It's pretty nice, but it's also like not like at the same time I'm not out there boosting that much. I was meant to make myself a boosting dongle, and I hadn't even done it yet. And that was like something I was meant to do so I could do boosting myself. But I'm straight up trying to like wrap my head around getting the crafting going, trying to get myself money because I went broke just trying to buy too many cars, and then I got money and then I went broke because I bought too many cars again, which I think is just the cycle of 5M, right? It's just always buying cars, paying rent on houses. Like even when you had like the whitelist properties in New Spark, right? You were still like coming in and paying like thousands of dollars of rent every month or whatever. And like, yeah, you might have rented it out, but still wasn't like it was a freebie. Building your money up. Yeah. No, it's 100% fair. Well, I keep doing races, dude. And there was like the races where they had like they recommended like, what was it? They wanted the Weevil Custom. And I already had the Dinka Urban. It was like that or the Weevil Custom. And I don't know. Willie was like, mate. You need to get the Weevil. It's a fucking rotary. Right, this and that. What's going on here? What's going on here, chat? What's happened? Something's happened. I don't like that. Does that car still have keys for it? Put my weed in there. Bag that up at a later date. Alright, let me get this radio kicked up. Radio check. Stealing channel. I got it up. I was good. You can't do this to me. You could see it. You can see it. Oh no. It's saying this is in my garage still, but I'm kind of wigged by that. Like, will I be able to transfer this out and drive it? Unable to retrieve vehicle. Should I put this away? Oh, I hope I didn't like lose my shit this then. And I should have like... Oh, actually, well, no, just by the amount of pot plants. Yeah, there's 10. We Gucci. Alrighty then. You done us dirty, Nashi, mate. You're a dog. Yeah, anyone on the radio or am I on my lonesome? Well, if we need to turn the radio up and the music down. No. I'm on the lonesome here, chat. What's going on? Alright, let's go down. Hopefully this bloody smoke in the water's not shut. We can actually get some pots. But I don't think we'll be able to. Have a few.
Testing radio.
Yeah, loud and clear, mate. How are ya?
Not bad, mate. How are you, brother?
Yeah, good. I was just bloody getting the plant going. What's this Nige fella you're talking about, mate?
Oh, you know, one of the brothers who just flew in not too long ago. You know, he flew into town. I know him from way back, mate. He's a good sort.
Oh, he's a blowing, is he?
I'm just going to pick him up. I'm just going to go pick him up in the Grand Sonora, mate.
Yeah, capiche, comprende. I'll get this plant off. Let me know when you're with him, mate. We'll go hit some stalls or something, mate.
Yeah, I think he wants to go to the casino, this fella.
Oh, this man's wants to go have a slap, doesn't he? Alright. You can get a wheel spin on him, so you might as well.
Yeah, big time.
Alright, well, let me know when you picked him up and you're at the casino. I'll get my shit done and I'll probably meet you there, eh?
Fredo, mate, fredo.
No worries. Alright, LeBron. We got Flaffy. Was that a cop, chat? I feel like that was cop. That was cop. You gotta be careful here. Not me. I want to plant these off so if I get done, I'm not going to lose any good seeds. Smart man. Alright, I got everything I need on me. Pots, shovel, watering can, shoving a fertilizer. These seeds first. Doesn't really matter about the timing, but let's smash this out. Look, I'm a good grinder, chat. Plant weed, pick up weed. Plant weed, pick up weeds. Sometimes sell weed, mostly plant weed. And it's handy having the dealers because you can just chuck all your excess weed into there. I did that when I leveled up to level 2. So I was like, I don't want this bloody... What is it? Plain Jane? I'm too good for Plain Jane now. I've moved up in the world. You know what I'm saying, chat? I'm just too good for the Plain Jane. I have to change the style. Bloody, the diamond weed does pretty good for the old XP, especially selling it, but I was pretty happy with that. I think it's given us a fair bit. We can even check when we do the fertilizer in the water. I'll fit 2 or 3 back there. Oh, how fitting's this, chat? I'm in the rain right now for the song. Gonna fit the rest of these back here. Whoop, sign just came close to it, I think. A little cheeky wall peek. They don't check behind us once. Gonna get done. That slot's in there. We should get our last one to end here and we're done. Thank you for the lurk, Jazz. Let's check our growing stats. 24,000 XP. 2 years, 4 months, 24 days, 22 hours, 35 minutes, and 6 seconds. Wait, that's it. What are you looking for? What are you looking for? There's also a countage, or count age, follow age. Yeah, I think I remember you from Bluebird, but I don't remember you following. I don't remember you following. It's a count age though, and that's like how old your actual Twitch account is. Is. I think it's that one. Is that alright? Yeah, there we go. Your account's older than mine. That's wild. Have you been streaming that whole time, Nashi? Let's have a who's got less of a life battle. Alright? Alright. So I started streaming on my Xbox One. Remember 6 Siege 2017? Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, that's half. Your Twitch account is half my age. That's wild. I'm gonna shut up now. Yep. Right, so I'm a young pup around here, eh? I need to make a Twitch account earlier. Ah, I see. Just not quite it. Yeah, true. Yeah, I never had the cojones to actually stream. All good internet. Maybe life situations. Hey, so is it even an older Blood Ink account that's just lost to the sands of time? Is that what we're talking about here? I did alright too, actually. I was looking at my old statistics, and you're gonna like, cause you know, check lifetime statistics, right? And I used to stream scrims, doing like console scrims on for my little Siege clan. Was it Phantom Esports? I was the Maj Phantom. a great level up for my old Xbox gamer tag, which was Z Captain Damage. Yep. But I think it's been around for a hot minute. I'm a better friend than blood. Yes. Yes. Actually, isn't that, what is it? The, was it? Blood is thicker, the blood of the womb is thicker than the water of the covenant? Oh, I streamed Minecraft, yeah. Yeah, I just did Siege. I wish I did Minecraft, but my sister streamed Minecraft. She did alright too, she enjoyed it. She was always into it. Like, I played Minecraft on the Xbox when it came out, and I remember loving it. But like, I feel like I was like more into like Binding of Isaac and like those kinds of games. And like, she really was taken by bloody like FNAF, like Five Nights at Freddy's, Minecraft, a couple of those other things. And I swear I just played Skyrim the whole time and like Binding of Isaac and played like the Halo Combat Evolved demo on the school computers with the boys. Not like a stream, thank God. It's alright. You know, so actually, don't mind doing it. It's something I've always wanted to do. I wanted to make YouTube videos when I was a teenager. That's actually what I wanted to do. And then I kind of was like, oh, I don't have a creative bone in my body. And then as over time, you kind of realize it's not. It's just about time. You invest into things, right? Bricked up thinking about it. Well, because of all the stuff that Ash Basham was doing with with Xbox, like, because Microsoft's threatening to sell off Xbox, so she's trying to make Xbox actually valuable so they don't sell it off. So like, there's the Halo remakes, and like, it's like all but confirmed that there's going to be a Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 remake, which like, yeah, that gets me pretty stiff. But I hope it's not as like rough as the Oblivion one was. But at the same time, like, I'll be able to play it on my computer. Like, it'll play fine for me. And it looked pretty nice. It just like, it's pretty rough around the edges. Yeah, she's actually goated. Well, like, we have an Xbox set up downstairs as like our, basically it's set up like your TV box, like a TiVo or something, right? Like bloody Telstra box, what have you. Your stand box. That's a cop horn. But but yeah, and like I seen the new logo when you turn the Xbox on, and it's like the old school Xbox like logo, and then the 25th anniversary Xbox is like that see-through green. Yeah, but the Halo remakes have been good so far, right? Like, cause even like the even the Master Chief collection is like pretty well done. You know what I mean? It's not like they like fully half-assed it. Whereas compared to like what Bethesda did when they redid Oblivion, it was pretty AS. It's pretty AS. The ad for it was tough. Do you want to watch it, chat? Did it have a bad launch? I didn't know that. I did not know that. We can watch it on stream.
Me and Nigel seem to be having some issues here. He's crawling in at the pub. He's just dropped his ankles here. How do I res him up?
Oh, mate, you can't just res him up. Oh, mate, you can't just res him up. What do you mean he's fallen down? What, did he run out of food and water or something, mate?
Nah, mate, he jumped off the side of the viz and he's dead.
Well, if you use your old bloody Z, use your Z muscle, mate, you'll see you'll be able to drag people. Just bloody drag him. Oh, have I fucked up here? I missed some. And then you want to drag him to a car, mate. And then you just want to put him into a car and take him to the hospital, mate. And you better check in at one of the tables there.
Fuck, go dude, mate. I'm taking him to the hospital now.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'll be able to meet you at the hospital if you want.
You got ping on that postcode?
Mate, it's on your map. It's marked a hospital, mate. You'll just see the hospital location on your map. Yeah, Vespucci there. It's like a red and black little blip there. Around 8236, 8237, mate.
Wait, dude.
Yeah, jump, big nuts. Oh, I'm gonna get arrested, chat. I'm gonna get arrested, but thank you. Actually, thank you. I'm keen. We'll have to watch this Halo anniversary. Thank you for the lurk, though, Nash, man. Thank you for the looky. No, Brucey. That's alright. You did tell me. It's just funnier though. The anticipation, the scariness. Wait, Would I be wrong to guess that the cop's probably bloody? Am I going to get done? It's either blood ink or Westie. That's like usually the going rate, right?
About 1.1k away from the hospital.
That's the going rate. Have I just taken an extra bag out and I'm tripping? Looks like it. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright. Alright, shovel away. Watering can away. Let's get this bong back out of here. Put this in there, that in there. Alright. Let's get this bike out and go hang out with Chi-Chi. What do you got on us? Anything? Nothing I care. Is that Chi-Chi honking away over there? Oh, that's a crash. Oh no, we made it. We're Gucci. I get on my bike. One of them can sit, bitch. Oh yeah, I do have a 4-seater. I have the nice bloody strapped car, but we're in a biker fit. We're not hiding anymore. Let's get back in the bike. Unless we're doing crim and all the stuff together, which we probably will, but wait till that becomes the go. Yeah, Chi-Chi, mate, you at the hospital now or what?
Yeah, mate, just trying to work out where I can take Nige.
Yeah, it's...
Put him in the examination room.
Nah, I'll show you, mate, I'll show you. Front desk, but mate, it's around the front desk there.
Keep our mate alive here.
Red hot with his car here. Yeah, come back to me, Chi-Chi, there's a front desk just here, just about here.
Hey, my leg, bud.
Just here, bud.
Jesus.
Ah, what's going on here, mate? Oh, you've both checked in. Fuck.
I'm actually in here with him now.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, you've both checked in, mate. Why did you press your E muscle, mate? Fuck, mate. You gotta stay over that Mark fella. He's bad fucking news, that cunt, mate.
Mate,
Hey.
oh, I don't know.
Wait, you're fucking in the same bed. You fucking playing, what is it, footsie feetsies or some shit.
Legs. He broke my legs.
You broke them. What? What'd he do?
He told me to jump off the balcony and I'm a good nunga, so I jumped off it and broke my leg.
Jesus Christ, mate. Well, fuck, I reckon you might have hit your head so hard that you would have forgotten about it by now, mate. So I reckon this Mark fella's off the hook, eh?
Yeah.
Fuck.
He right. He right. I know he right.
He's white for sure. That's, yeah, 100% he's white.
He meant good. He good gubba.
Gabba? What's that mean there, mate?
Just good name.
Like Gubba Original or something, eh? I broke you.
Yeah, that's it's something. It's what the something that's native to him, mate.
Ah, understood, mate. Alright, well, fuck. What have you done this to him, Mark, mate? What the fuck?
I just told him to jump. I just told him to jump at the pub, and he jumped.
Fuck. How long do you have left to the doctor should be telling you can get out of here? They say that to you, mate.
0 seconds said I can respawn.
Oh, yeah. Alright. Hold on a minute, mate. Come with me. Come with me. What happens here, mate, is old Cheech, he's checked in, mate, and you've not checked in, mate. Alright? So he's actually got the medical attention and you've just sat there like a limp noodle.
Well, that's what happened when you break my leg.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. So what you need to do here is you need to flex your E muscle, mate. You see it says press E there in your eyes, mate. There we go. Right, Cheech, you don't need to check him in, alright? He needs to check in.
That is funny, man.
That's class. Now, mate, you should be seeing a bit of a thing saying you'll be getting up pretty soon, eh?
Yeah, but 27 seconds I'll be up back on my good leg.
Alright there, big fella. Oh, I'll wait till you're up and you just went the front door there. You'll see us, mate, when you wake up.
Thank you, uncle.
It's Marcus, mate. Jugadorez. I had it, your uncle, alright, you little fuck.
Thank Thank you, Uncle Mark.
Yeah, you fucking call me your uncle. Ain't no one's uncle or dad or what, at least I know of. Fuck. Where the fuck did you find this cunt, mate? He seems fucking a bit, I don't know.
He loves life. Let's just say that he loves life.
Understood, mate. Wait, have you left him at the hospital? You just fucked off. You just dumped this bloke and hit the legs.
I need a repair kit coming for me car cover. It's fucked.
Alright.
Bright and dandy again. What we doing out here?
Hey, what's your name? Hey, come here. What's your name, mate?
Hi, I'm Nigel. Nice to meet you there, Mark.
Oh, yeah, I'm Marcus, mate. Marcus Jugadorez, alright.
My name Nigel. Nigel Bushdi Bushdi.
Bushdi, what? What the fuck?
That's me there, love.
Bushdi, alright, fucking hell. Well, you can jump on the bitch with me, mate. Come on.
Let me up one.
Well, so you going anywhere? Doing anything,
I
mate?
just wanted to go back up there so I can cut my gems.
You want to cut gems, do you?
I want to cut my gems and my nice rock.
Do you have it on you, mate? Do you rocking your
Make
gems?
it look, yeah, I got it all on me. Make it look real silky smooth.
Yeah, alright, mate. What? So fucking, you talking like diamonds, emeralds? You talking fucking Minecraft shit,
Yeah,
mate?
just a couple sapphires, a few emerald.
Man, you got the sapphires, mate. You got to look out for avocado ass. He likes them.
Oh my, yeah, I haven't heard from him in a while, but
Yeah.
feeling like that though.
Yeah, he's got different kinds of shitty legs, that fella.
I got broken leg, you got shit leg.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, I'll get you over to the foundry here, mate. I'll give you my number too. Did that fucking Mark really show you to use a phone and that, or was he just giving you on the high and dry?
I know how to use it. I'm a smart one. I know how to use my phone.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, fuck. Is there a few use about the noggins or?
Whoa, that was a close one there, but
What do you mean, mate?
you freaky fella.
Bro, he's gonna break me. Yeah, I guess that's how we get in the Federal Fuel MC, mate. Yeah, known by the police as a gay club, apparently.
Are you in a bike club? I want to join the bike club.
No, we're not a fucking bike club, mate. We're a group of individuals that ride motorcycles, alright? It's not a biker club.
So you just BMX bikie boys.
Yeah, with a BMX bandits, mate, 100%. Right, well, no, this is the foundry. It's the back door, mate. This is special entry for the big boys. But whip out your mobile DeVice, mate. I want to show you something here. That's your ID, mate. That's, yeah.
Oh, whoops, wrong one.
Alright.
I'll share my contact with you here.
Oh, fuck, you're completely literate, mate. Jesus Christ.
There you go. That's my number.
Yeah, well, there's my number too. Jesus Christ, Nigel. I was expected to have to explain that to you.
Oh no, I'm smart now.
Alright, well, fuck, mate. Give me a ring if you need a hand. And, actually, in here, there's a hatchet in the glove box. Come grab it out. It's yours, mate.
I just met Cecil in town, mate. 3D.
Is it locked? Is it? It shouldn't be.
I think it's locked. I can't see that.
No, you just gotta get it in the bike, mate. Yeah, it's in the glove box, not in the boot. Yeah.
See, I'm not very smart.
But yeah, well, you gotta level up yet, mate. You're half leveled nunga. Yeah, that's your blade, mate. Trusty steed, that one.
Hey, thank you, Mark.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. Actually, mate, something else you might need. Yeah, a little vehicle lockpick, mate.
I'm gonna get up for some fun with that. Thank you there.
Yeah, you're welcome, mate. Give me a ring if you need anything. And remember, Feral Few MC, mate, alright?
Feral Few MC, I won't forget it. Thank you, boss.
Yeah, mate, I just gave old Nigel Bushdi a lift there to the fucking foundry. He's getting his gems all fucking cut up there. And, yeah. Fuck, he's got to take him over to the pawn shop, that
I really
fella.
appreciate you taking the time out of your day to show him around, mate. Thank you.
Well, you just fucking left him at the hospital, mate. What the fuck are you doing? You went around half-cocked, mate. Yeah, yes, your mate.
Jeez, mate. Sorry, I'm just dying for some food.
Dying for some food. This is preparations you should have done beforehand, eh? Fucking hell.
Sorry, pal. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, what are you up to, mate? You want to rob some fucking stores, mate? Some houses, do something cheeky.
I'm about to fly out, I think, just quietly.
Oh yeah, alright. Well, you might have to come see me down at Vespucci Markets, eh?
Yeah, I'll see you down there a bit later on. I'm about to fly out and watch this. I think about watching this game.
Oh, understood, mate. So I'll see you, what, like maybe an hour or so then.
Yeah, mate. About then.
Easy,
How
mate.
you doing, mate?
Where is it? Where's Nigel? Send Nigel a text. Alright, LaBoom. Be nice, make sure he's sorted. Alright, well I guess we'll go rob some stores and that. Put some shit away. Rob mailboxes, stores. What's the go? Do another store. I might go do one that's up around Mission... Not Missionary? Mirror Park, that's the one. Dash to one. Quicksand. Better see cop lights. Hope not. No, you do ammunition robberies as well, I'm pretty sure. They go pretty hard. Yeah, look at that. Sorted him. Making friends left and right. I'll let Nige fly out, do his thing. Get him around later on. Not Nige, sorry. Fucking Gigi. Do some bloodletting. Did we hit this one? I think there's a bloody bed in there. Yeah, I see it.
Hands up, asshole. Good Christ.
Hands up, asshole. The fuck? Not sure we got. Oh, let's get some fuel first. Hey, that was lucky. I checked that. Kind of dogged it on the bike here too. I don't know if I should be doing hectic run on the bike, but I'm by myself, so start doing some meth runs because we actually do need like supplies to make meth, but just being cheeky. Maybe that would be the haps after this. Just start doing meth runs for a bit. Flying up and down the map. Doing our deliveries. That's actually probably not a bad shot. We got Celio. Buy some repair kits up this big fella first, and then we'll get out of here. We'll get some food too. Don't worry about leaving this unlocked now because it's got bugger all in it. Right, inventory management. It's down here. Got no armor. We're not the best plan, but I would be right. What are we gonna buy? Reckon 13. 13 baguettes. Bam. Do us right up on the baguettes. And we had 96, so I could just buy 5 colas and we'd be right. Buy 3 repair kits. Boom. Oh, framing out. What's going on? Let's wait before we rob then, for sure. What happened there? Yeah, I'm a fatty, trying to eat all the baguettes I can. Right, sweet. So now we're robbing this dude, eh? Bike's there ready to go. Good ammo in it. Good dude.
What is that?
It's a bit quick at the start. Can I actually like aim off and shoot?
I can't take this.
No. Do I have ammo in it? But I should. So does it not shoot him? Oh, I got a gamble. Where's Angels? We'll try crack a lacking with you Wednesday. Having a good day, my brother. Hope you had a good day at work. Good day, Kim. Got home. That's what you did, G-Star.
Oh no!
Oh, working at home. That's what you did. It's definitely at least still one cop on too.
Good God!
We try and do a couple of these. They're just red hot, chat. That's all.
Damn!
Although I am on a bike, so. Am I already away? I think we're already away, chat. Just do a little lappy pass, see what's going on up there. I was gonna hit the jump, but I don't think I need to. Don't think I need to. That's in there, I think. No? There's a few coppers there. Right, do we hit the next one, chat, then? They're out and about, but they're ready to go. They're gonna come for me if I hit the next one. Alrighty. We are on a bike, we are cheesing it. We are cheesing it hard, what do we have? Bit of chocolate. Can I eat the jockey? Nah. What else is in there? Nothing crazy. A couple of lockpicks, colas, bit of dirty money. That store's a little close. Let's go to one that's on the further side of town. Not too far away, but not too far away. We did Little Soul already. Can we do Little Soul again? They'll be there pretty quickly though. Was gonna do meth runs, but you can always poke the bear a little bit. A bit of fun. Although they might have locked plate of me, so I don't know about that. I'm gonna get a warrant pretty quickly. We give us a quick repair just in case. It's pretty busy here. Probably give it a repair just in case. Just in case. Am I gonna get pressed by cops? That's the question, isn't it, chat? Am I gonna get pressed? We doing it? I think so. Still on cooldown. One next door isn't. The one next door is not. Ammunitions, but none of them gamer and ammunition. I'll do this one down here, but. Got beer, a little bit of a squizzy. This is what I didn't want to do because it was too close to the cop shop. This time around, I think we Gucci fam. Well, I did do it earlier, didn't I? Or did someone else drop that other one? Just do a quick check and then send. Still on cooldown. Or do I have to have a look at my app? Let's check this out. Because we're just going to do some deliveries. Few details. Module equipment defined. You don't have to start it. Start at the cashier, yeah. Alright then, let's do some meth deliveries. Let's do some meth supply delivery runs. Let's take it easy. Sure enough, dirty honest to start them, so. I probably should have. I kind of shit myself. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, definitely shit myself. Oh, is that old Nigel? What the fuck?
Oh, who we got here there?
Is that you, Nige?
Hey, what you doing? Let me just turn this radio.
Wait, who's that, your passenger, mate?
Hey, this Tinkerfinger, this you wanna meet my titty girl. This my sister girl over here.
Yo, Gavin.
Hey, lovely, how you doing?
Oh, there's no fucking way. Yeah, right, hey. Fucking hell, you got a sister girl? Is that your missus or your sister?
Nah, this my sister.
Ah, I gotcha.
But she's my ex. She's my ex, dude.
This is giving black comedy vibes here, eh? Right, well, fuck, mate. You want to see where to sell these gems to? I was about to go do some meth runs.
Yeah, I'd just come over here to the pawn shop.
Yeah, mate.
Sell these gems.
Yeah, come in here. I'll show you the joint. Oh, you walking real funny too, eh? Well, my name's Marcus. Nice to meet ya.
Yeah, you care, Bob?
Yeah, cheers. I didn't expect whoever that is to go in. Yeah, it's 250 dirty, yeah. It's this fella here. You speak to this one. You can sell a bunch of shit to him, and everything you can't sell to him, the cholo looking fella over there buys stolen shit. You're right, bloody. Hey, that's a bit much for me there, love. I'm fucking, yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. Keep that for Nige, I think, eh? Well.
You want a piece of this?
Nah, mate, I'll give you money to fuck off, to be honest with you. Jesus Christ.
Hey, she lovely.
What about this there?
Yeah, it's just not my cup of tea or coffee.
This there?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you keep away, thanks, mate. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my Lord. Mate, the fella over here, this cholo fella, he'll buy you stolen shit.
That's dangerous, that there.
Okay, you two are dangerous, that's for fucking sure.
Up the origin here. I'll be back in a second.
Oh, yeah, you're right now. You might need to, like, refresh the old character at the airport, you know what I'm saying? With the whole backstory. But yeah, this cholo, he'll buy your shit after you speak to him. Does he say anything to you?
Nah, I've got nothing stolen to sell.
Yeah, that's alright. You get it from mailboxes, that, eh? Come with me, Nige. You would like to know this. Where is it? Where's something I can show him? Yeah, you see this cunt? Stand behind him. Stand right behind him, big fella. And third eye on this guy. And you'll see me able to pickpocket him. You know, you left hold on him. Yeah. Oh, wait a second. He's doing nothing.
I'm not your punching bag.
Oh, shit. This cunt's fucking solid. Hold on a minute. He's hit the legs. Hey. Nige, mate. Try this one. Try this one over here, Nige. He's just going for it. Oh, fuck. This is chaos.
Fuck me, Dad.
That cunt was solid, brothers. Come over here and try this one, Nige. You should be able to buddy third eye this one from behind him maybe and pickpocket him. Oh, fucking. Oh, sorry, Nige, mate. Oh. No, these cunts don't want it, mate. What the fuck?
Nah, I can pickpocket him. I can pickpocket him.
Yeah, you do it. Get into him. Get it. Go, go, go. He's looking at the Gungies might get a phone call, mate. But yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Fuck! Well, you can do it to every cunt you see, mate. You should just keep doing that. And mailboxes, mate. You like mailboxes? They give you oxys.
Can I pickpocket you?
No, fuck off. Hey. Alright, well, I'm getting out of here because the cops get fucking notified when you pickpocket, mate. So I'm...
Yeah, well, I'm getting out of here too.
Yeah, fuck! He left his mate behind to stay away. He fucking left ya. Oh, he's coming back. Oh, shit! Alright, let's go do this meth run. Fuck, that's cooked, bro. That is absolutely fried. That reminds me of, the twins back in New Spark that used to do characters just like that. Fuck, there's cunts about. What's going on? There's cunts about. And you're probably right, Bloody. It's not a lot of dirty. I get a couple of bits of chocolate. I'm just doing it. I'm getting pops off, you know. I have to do some drug selling. I'm gonna make up a little, I'll tell you my plan too, chat. So I'm gonna get the gambling hotline, right? I'm gonna make little cards. And I'm gonna be handing out cards with your Jimmy's phone number on it. Excuse me, by the way. That's rough, I just bet. But with Jimmy's phone number in city on it. And be like, call this number for help gambling, essentially. And if I get pulled up, that's gonna be what I'll do. Who wants the goods? Is it you? We can do a raffle for you guys to chat as well. Make sure you guys use XS watch on to get in. Do 100k, alright? Smash it. I'll leave this bike unlocked. Keep going. You need to buy some Pokeballs, Xandris. I'll show you the way to buy them. So it's !buy, item, Pokeball, and then space the amount of balls you want. So I buy one like that, bam, and then I can hit catch. There's different types of Pokeballs. There's heaps of different commands you got there in chat. Use !mark commands, and you click on the Pokemon drop down. I'll show you all the different ones you can use for Pokemon. You can buy different balls. You can buy eggs. You can sell the Pokemon, you can get them raided, you just can't battle them, alright? But you can make Poke Parties, and there is a Pokédex, so I went way too fucking hard on this shit. I just nearly got ran over, eh? Try and get this Pokédex up quickly. Make a boom. And I'll post a little picture of this Pokédex in the photos channel on my Discord, so you can have a little sussy, save a picture, and nerd out.
Hello?
Oh yeah, loud and clear. Is that you, Jordan, mate?
Yeah, mate.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, not bad. Just been fucking, tossing up whether or not I do some more oil, or just fucking work with what I got.
You trying to do some crafting, are ya?
Yeah, I crafted a bunch of ammo yesterday or the day before. I can't remember when it was, but I crafted heaps, so we have heaps of ammo.
Yeah, made use of that coal. I got crafted like 1600 coal or something, eh?
Yeah, I fucking state that. I was like, yeah, bad, because I needed some of that, and sulfur, and we had heaps of that too.
Yeah, it's Jimmy and me getting the sulfur too. I think, actually, to be fair, Vivian and buddy Johnny did a fair few mining runs as well.
Yeah, it definitely helped.
Yeah, 100%.
I've got heaps of gunpowder still.
Yep, might as well use it. Well, I'm just doing mess supply runs, just trying to get some more, what is it, like chemicals together and stuff.
You need sulfur to make the meth?
Not sure, not even done the process really. I got 5 boxes of pseudo in the storage already. I don't know if anyone else has got more. I was just trying to stock up on the pseudo and go from there, because we've got a table. I just don't know the process. I've never done it myself.
Yeah, that's fair. I was just doing, oil to try and, because you can turn that into fucking, the poly fucking shit.
Yeah, resin.
Turn that into plastic.
Yeah, resin.
Use most of that plastic to make up the, order that I did the other day.
I could probably drop off a bit of plastic waste, get us some more plastic up. I'll check on my van, so I'm driving past the garage now, so I'll check my van.
Yeah, I used all the plastic waste we had in the storage. There was like 60, so that made like 6 plastic, because it's 10 per plastic.
Yeah, it doesn't do much. I think I've got about 500 plastic waste, so I'll be able to drop off. I usually like to keep a couple of hundred just in case, you know what I mean? I'll drop off like 300 or something.
Honestly, doing the oil is not a bad way to do it. Like, because it's polymer resin, so you can turn the oil barrels into polymer resin. You get 2 for that, and then every 3 poly turns into 1 plastic.
Oh, so that's pretty good too. Yeah, it's just the resin's used for a bit, and the oil is too. Like I went to go make those the attachments the other night, and I was like, fuck, there's only 2 oil, so I had to go do oil runs, and it sort of got put on the wait till later list.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's why I was working on it. It's actually 2 plastic per 3 polymer, so it's not bad at all. I was gonna make I made up the order of 10 drums and 10 extendeds, and then I was like, I'll try and work on making up something for us.
Yeah, so we have a little bit something. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna drop some blueprints off as well, so we can make some guns up for people. Bloody I'll give Torbeck a ring then and see when he's good. Oh, I didn't mean to stall that.
I'm like pretty positive that order is for Torbeck, so I don't know if, I mean, you're the VP, mate, if you want to tee up the fucking, the meet with him, and we can do, I'm pretty sure it was for a trade, not sure what for though.
Yeah, I said Torbeck last night, Willie and I were discussing prices with him, what we'd charge for the extendos and the drums. It'd be 2.5k for extendos, 5k for drums.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
We get my fucking boot, bros. Yeah, it's not too bad. I said 10k, but I don't know. I don't really know the economy, so.
I mean, fuck, it's whatever we make it, honestly.
Yeah, but if you could get a gun from ammunition for 10k, you probably don't get the attachments for the same price, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can just walk in and buy that, like, we gotta fucking make this shit.
Yeah, it's very fair, mate. Very fair. I've got 250 plastic waste here, I bring in, so that's another 25 plastic or whatever.
Fuck yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, I had about 570, and it leaves me nearly 300, so I'm happy having that as my surplus.
Hello.
Well, Big Willie.
Go on, my Obi.
We're just talking attachments and shit.
Yeah, exactly right. Jordan's doing a bit of a grindy grind, a bit of crafties. I was about to call Torbeck since you got the attachments ready, unless you want to do it there, Willie.
Yeah, I don't mind. Give him a buzz. I think last night he was saying he still didn't have the shit ready for that.
Yeah. My house is fucking ready, so he better be ready soon. I met a new person tonight too. His name's Nigel Bushdi Bushdi. Fucking one of Cheech's blowing mates, and he fucking definitely smells like Cheech, that's for sure.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he had a fucking sister with him, and I didn't know if it was a mister or a sister, you know what I'm saying? It's a bit confusing.
Oh, God. Alright.
Yeah, mate, but I think that one's a very much a blowy. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah, so I did 2 oil runs, and that gave me enough shit to make like 18, I want to say, or maybe 28, I can't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, I should drop
18
these.
plastic off 2 fucking 2 runs of oil.
I should drop off my fucking.
Honestly, not bad, because it didn't even take me that long to do it.
Yeah, I've not done oil yet. I think I've done everything except fishing and oil now. Oh, and deliveries.
Fishing's a pain in the fucking ass, mate. I wouldn't bother.
Oh. Yeah, I can't fit all this plastic waste in here. We got too full of this storage. We got like 3 kegs left of space.
Yeah, I had to take some shit out to put shit in there, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Well, we don't need 600 timber planks, but fuck, I don't want to turn them all into coal.
No, V-Bucks was talking about them, so I don't know if she's planning on using them for something else, I don't know.
I think they only crafted the 2 things. One of them's coal and it's something else I can't remember now. To be fair, it's the coal killing us. I'll get my slam van and I'll take like 600 coal out and they'll give us like fucking, like 30 kegs, man. If you're crafting more ammo tonight or anything like that, just let me know, Jordan, and I'll get my slam van back out just to give us a bit of space.
Yeah, that's all good. The only thing I have left, like I crafted both 9mm and 45 ammo for those that have heavy pistols. The only other thing that I was going to make up some of, just so we had some there in case, was deagle ammo and shotgun ammo.
You able to craft boxes of that, mate, or you're not that good yet?
Well, when I did it the other day, it said that you were meant to get boxes, but I wasn't getting boxes, but that's been rectified now, so I should be able to make some boxes of shotgun ammo.
Hectic. So I've got a couple of shotties that are sitting there itching to be used. What we got? Bring the sand van out. We've got a bit of shit in the back of this. Oh, I should have pulled it out of the actual garage, but that'd be the smart move. That would be the smart move, eh, chat? How much space do I have in the back of this thing? Heaps, bro. Heaps. I even have 600 fucking coal already in here. I can take a bit to hold a bit of stuff for now. I still have the gold just to chuck back in too. I forgot about that. Donated a bunch of stuff. It's on the glovey here, a bunch of energy drinks. Got no space left. Actually might have to go craft some of this stuff and turn it into something, okay? That's not ideal. Have to do the menial labour stuff VP now. It's kind of part of the price of the parcel, right? There's a delivery up north, so I can still go get that done. We got a ho-ho. That's a legendary chat. 250. Now that's a fucking nice random Pokemon. That's really there, I think. Oh, it's Jordan.
Did you already do another storage, Willie?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got 2 storages in there, mate.
Next to the vending machine, mate.
I was gonna say I'll fucking put money in here and it's fucking not.
Hey Tara, oh, it's going alright. Just chilling on the Wednesday.
Is it a vending machine?
Hello, mate. Fucking, we should just chuck the shit we can spare into here for now. Yep. And then I'll bring it all back at the end of the night or something. Oh, Willie's here too. But yeah, we just kick it back, enjoying, having a good little Wednesday stream. Trying our best to get some Pokemons. Not Pokemons, get some shit together.
That's a couple of little random things I took out.
Yep. Oh yeah, sweet. Get rid of this plastic for now. Yeah, it's been chill. How's your day been going though? How's work? How was King at home? That's what you did. I was editing, helping my 2 friends learn how to roleplay, which is kind of funny, I gotta admit.
What the fuck is in here that's so heavy?
Coal, I think, is one of them.
Oh yeah, the coal and the iron.
Coal, sulfur. Oh, it's the iron, bro. We have too much iron. What does iron turn into?
10 AP.
Hold on, let's go make some shit with the iron. Is that what you use for fucking ammo?
It is, but it's only 1 per.
Fuck. What else do you use for iron?
1 iron, 1 copper, and 1 aluminium, I want to say, off the top of my head. And then 100 gunpowder.
Yep. Yeah, it's the heavy metals, the copper too. We've got too much fucking copper. Well, hold on a minute. I mean, you talk to Willie quickly, because you can just go sell it. Where is he? Where are you, Willie, mate? Did you just go do a delivery run or something?
Picked up our shipment.
Oh, got you, mate. Fucking, we got a bunch of, what's it called? Like, we got 1,000 copper, 1,000 iron, mate. Should I go take that down to the foundry seller and, like, sell 500, 250 or something? Or you're just there?
I mean, if we don't need it, I suppose.
I don't know.
We definitely don't need as much of that. Only is used for the ammo, really. The iron does get used for the pistol mags.
Well, why don't I just do 300 copper?
Two per.
Why don't I do 300 copper and, like, just 200 iron or something? That's literally only a couple, like, 2 mining runs if we need to get it back anyway.
Yeah, we'll do that, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not pressed about it. Like, I don't
Yeah.
think it's fucking... What, to make 10 fucking pistol extended mags, I'd only use 20 iron.
Yeah, mate. I don't want to sit here playing fucking inventory management all night. Like, fuck that.
Yeah, when it's like that full, like, yeah, there's fucking...
Just fuck it off, exactly. I even sell my surplus in my car because I've got it there in case we needed more, but we definitely fucking don't. Right. Iron.
The ammo boxes is lead, iron, and copper.
Lead, iron, and copper. Yeah, we don't have that much lead, I don't think, so... I don't even see any lead in here, to be honest.
It's above the copper there.
Oh, yeah, in the open your eyes section, fucking
So
spoon.
the aluminium...
Been good, thanks. I was city earlier today, grinding a bit of house robberies. Nice, you got to get the house robberies in. The alley, the copper. Fuck, it's all kind of the same boat. I'll take only 100 alley. Get us about 800. Yeah, it looks alright. And then I'll take, yeah, the 3 of the copper. Yeah, I think we got this. Right, 100 alley. We'll just put all the money back in here too. I just tried to fucking open it like a glove box, like a spoon.
The only thing I can see aluminium getting used for is pistol bodies, like...
Yeah, no, I think we've overdone it, so we should slow down on the mining runs. No more mining runs for now. Where's this gone there? That's already given us shitloads of space. If I take the 200 iron, yeah, I hope we've done well. I should have done a few more house robberies. That's probably my next plan. I'm going to show the boys the ways too. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I just did a couple smash and grabs. I kind of bitched it on the ammunition robbery. Definitely bitched it on the ammunition robbery, but that's alright.
I'll make some shotgun ammo, because I know we've got a couple of double barrels laying around. And I'll make up like 10 pistol extended mags.
Easy, mate. Yep. Yeah, I've even got 2 shotguns myself. I've got a heavy pistol in my own storage and shit, so yeah, I think we're loaded with them.
I'm rolling my heavy pistol at the moment, and I got 2 APs just chilling as well.
Yeah, I gave my AP to fucking Mark because he lost his other one, so I'm just rolling with 1 now, but...
Should I give Torb a buzz?
What was that, mate?
Should I give Torb a buzz, see if he's made that shit, or...?
Yeah, you want to do it or you want me to do it, mate?
Yeah, I'll give him a call.
Easy. Yeah, smash grabs are easy. It's not hard at all. I did it pretty easily. Alright, so now we have another 100 kegs of space so I can drop in this plastic fucker waste.
Honestly,
Oh, I ran away as he spoke to me. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. I ran away as you started speaking to me.
No, that's right. I was saying the thing that we're the lowest, like that we actually would need to top up more, is the steel, because we use that for all the attachments.
Yeah, that's just metal waste too. I could probably bring some metal waste, but we have 1,300 here, so... But steel weighs more as steel than it does as metal waste.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's better keeping it as metal waste, that one. I think most of the waste weigh less as waste, actually, and they craft into so many things, so you better make it steel as you need it. And I think plastic's kind of the same, right? Let's make it as you need it. But everything else, we kind of need on hand. Fuck, you cunts have been grinding 40 oil, fucking... I'll get that shit that's in my thing and bring it back out too.
I could have just made like fucking... I had 14 unrefined oil. but I just made it into plastic.
Yep. Yeah, right. Well, I'll let you on that, mate, and I'll just move some of the donations I have back in here, like the gold and that. Because you move through gold pretty quickly. This is just random shit. Now... Do all the gold, chuck it in there, yeah. Keep the titanium on me. Silver? Do we need silver in there? I don't think we need silver in there either. I could probably even give this back. Ooh, a Palipa. Play, rock. Let the sheet can go here. Was it go next to Rawhide? It's probably the best spot for it. Silver, gold. What are we doing on gold and silver? 360, 380. Alright.
Yeah, that's a bit more manageable at least. So there's like a little bit of room to chuck other shit in there.
Yeah, and then you can take shit out, move it around. Like we probably should like even just craft 189 planks into coal, but I'll wait till you make ammo first. I'm gonna move a bit more coal back in because I think we can put it in here for now. Be like 20 kilos. I think that still leaves us enough space to, you know, pull shit out, put it in your pockets, move it around, you know?
Yeah. I'll like craft the gunpowder on command pretty much because that gunpowder weighs fucking a fair bit too.
Yep. Easy. That's one thing. I was saying that to Viv. You got to keep in mind if it weighs more in the crafted version, it's not worth keeping it in the crafted version.
Yeah.
Now let's grab something out of here. What was it? 460 coal. I still haven't carried that much. I only carry 300 at a time. No, another 160. Yeah, we got 25. That's good math. Gotta buy some Pokeballs, Terra. It's exclamation mark buy item. Like so. Pokeball. Sorry, I'm kind of not focusing as much on chat as I should be. And a number, just like so. And any other commands you might be confused on, there's exclamation mark commands in chat. If you don't have chippies, the way to get chippies is by using exclamation mark join and in a raffle just like this. Exclamation mark join. Try and say that properly, eh? Nah, that's as much as I'll leave in there for now. Even just leave 1,000 flat in there. That's too much. 6.2 kilos per each one. That's a lot. Right, now it's pawn shop for most of this. Pawn shop for most of this. Look it up. Just heading to the pawn shop and foundry to sell this stuff off.
Yeah, ready.
And I've just lost my car somehow. That's... Yep.
We love that.
Go lift to the garage, please.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, mate.
Hopefully it's in your garage.
Yeah, I have like a recovery. When it disappears like that, normally you can, mate. A full alien abduction, that was. Cheers, mate. See if it's here.
All good, brother.
Oh, sorry. Recovered and brought back. Yeah, she's there, mate. Right, to the foundry, and then the pawn shop. That's a little loud, chat. I'll turn this down slightly. It's even a bit loud there. What do you guys reckon, chat? Is that alright? Is that good there? 30 seconds left to use exclamation mark join as well. Chat to get into that little raffle there. Graph wheels being spun. 100k's going out. Who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Big winner. Chicken dinner. 33k. That's a 3-way pot. Thomas. Xandris. And Terra. Mate, you did nothing wrong. You'd be right.
I was definitely speeding.
Well, other than that, no reason to search your vehicle at least, mate.
Hopefully not.
Hopefully not. Well, I was doing smash and grabs on my bike today, so. Now, I actually have no idea what parts, like what shit the guy at the foundry buys. I'm sure he fucking will buy it for good cash, we'll see. Let's have a little look-see here. I'm assuming he's going to buy gold in here, so... and silver. I should drop that ceramic off. I'll hold on to that for now. I'm basically just going to keep the titanium. I'm going to see if we can do the silver here in the alley. That's what I feel like you can. Could be wrong, but... Now, one thing I should do here, chat, actually, was I'm going to keep the cash from this and split some with Willie, myself, and then put the rest in the crew storage. So let's put this in here, so we don't mix up the cash holders. Make sure it's locked so I don't get me money taxed. Mysterious ingot. Was it all at the foundry out to go? Surely not, right? It is. I am my uranium I can sell you. Alright, to the foundry I go. What is this? This is a banger riff. Oh, it's Cliffs of Dover. Nah, we'll leave it. I was about to ruin it in the place, but it's a banger riff. It's just instrumental. Excuse me, ladies. Hey, ladies. You like that voice of Saskatchewan too, no? Oh, that's a good impression. Put another SFX turned down, I reckon. To the foundry. What a sale, mate, here. Sell this shit. Hey, scot free, baby.
Yeah, it's got a warning.
Ooh, gold penny.
Because of my impeccable fucking traffic history.
Well, hey, mate, I've got warnings galore and much, much more.
I do have a record for assault police, but he did not give a fuck about that.
Potato, mate. You should be right.
Yeah.
Now, fuck, they don't sell, I don't buy any of this shit at the pawn shop, it's all at the foundry, eh?
What's that? I was just saying, old mate at the fucking pawn shop doesn't want to buy any of this fucking ingots. You have to go to the bloody foundry. Yeah, he only wants the fucking gems, that cunt.
And a mysterious ingot, whatever the fuck that is.
Yeah, no fucking clue.
Alright. Can I carry the 25 kegs? No, I can't. I'm full of fucking
I don't know
shit.
where the fuck our dealer's gone. I can't find him anywhere.
They do go walkabout, but fuck, I've lost him the other day too, then he turned up out of nowhere.
If he's gone for a nap.
He does look pretty old and tired. The fuck? Random person in the foundry. That wigged me out. I seen the fucking person running and I was like, hey. Oh, I parked her in. My bad. Have I parked you in or you all good?
Sorry?
Have I parked you in or you all good there for now? You're still doing the same thing I am.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for stuff to come out.
Easy, easy. Okay, fine, Willie. What, we got 1,000, 3,000? It's actually not gonna be that much. If it ends up being like fucking like 10k or something, I don't think it will be, but I mean, we got a lot of copper though. A lot of copper. We will see. We will see. 2 to Willie, 1 to me. The rest goes in the crew storage. That's just money to go towards things. We've been doing like little 5k donos, but it'd be nice to have a bit of money from shit we do. That's why we have the gun sales, right? 100. Can I fit another 50? Cheekily. Good bit of money for us, but no complaints really. Ores and ingots. Platinum. There. Open your eyes section. If you sold all of your ingots and that and your ores, oh sorry, all of your ingots and your gems after doing a mining run, you'd make bank, dude. I made like 6 grand after selling just the gems alone. You make a fair bit off of the bloody iron and stuff like that. I was going to keep 50, but honestly I can't be bothered. Probably not much point in that. Even I'll just like, maybe I'll take 45 lead because I don't collect lead as quickly.
I'll go down and do a bit of gold panning.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, dude. So I did 2 mining runs and made 12k. Which is where I'm getting the 6k figure from. Get some good shit from the old gold pan, eh?
Oh yeah, I see where it is.
This is actually my gold panning car, so I might be able to meet Willie there. It's like a 20-minute event though, so it's gonna be quick to get up there. Try and sell this to get up there. I have to meet him anyway to make sure I give him this shit. 7k, or he might actually get up to... what is it? 10k, like I was saying. Maybe I'll give him 3 and myself 2 and 5 to the crew. Maybe that's a bit fairer because I'm just selling a bit of my own stuff, but I don't really care that much. Do a little bit, but I don't need money that bad really, so... Sure. I think it's all copper now. Right.
Fuck me, Sharon, the pistol extended clip literally doubles the clip size of a fucking heavy pistol.
Jesus Christ. I'll do more of a butt.
36 bullets in the cunt.
I'll do some more jobs, because they're all pretty good. They all pay pretty well. That's the main part too. I could probably carry the 45 of this. Maybe. No. Whereabouts is gold panning this time too, actually, eh?
If you look on your GPS, it's like a diamond.
Yeah. Is it the one near the bloody, was it Ratton Valley? Was it this diamond? Is it the one here? Yeah. Yeah, near the bloody vineyard there. Yeah, I'll come see you with the bloody, yeah, just drop this cash off and have a bit of a chat.
Yeah, I'm just headed up there now.
Can I take my 45 out here now? Boom. Well, even boys sell coal to that guy, right? But coal will definitely use. So I'll hold on to it and chuck it in there. He's got too much. Right, last 50. Sell, and then 45 lead ingots. They sell for good money. Not bad. I'll do a final inventory check, grab my wash pan out, make sure it's not dusted up, and then we'll go see Willie in the right V-hail. So my sediments there. Yeah, no, that's everything I wanted to sell. 11.4, chat. Nice. What we'll do is we'll put this 11.4 in to the side here. We'll switcheroo it. Oh no, remember it was though, 11.4. That was silly. That was silly, chat. Alright. Man, the pan didn't die. So we should be good to go. Try and get up there quickly. Hit the legs over there. We won't miss our delivery spot. We can always just get deliveries.
We go about getting some fucking Tech 9s or what?
I don't even know who has those guns to craft, to be honest with you, mate. I think when the prices are trying to secure armor from Torbeck, I could be mistaken there, but unless the Torbeck is the one giving us the techies. You're driving, chat. I'm just getting my bloody Ugg boots off. I'm sweating bullets. You know, done by the cops in this thing.
Might be worth asking him because I'm not going to bother crafting SMG drummers for us until we get them.
Yeah, mate, yeah, makes sense, 100%. How did you go? Did you clear a bit more space doing that, or?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Wicked. I'm just going to see him now, so I think he's probably in his head of gold pen and deeply, and I'll have a chat there about the techies.
The ammo boxes weigh fuck all, and I mean the attachments aren't too heavy either.
Yeah, so them as the whole thing, it's like the in-between mats. It's not like, you know, you do the metal waste to steel. It's probably more the fucking, the actual, like, that weighs more than the actual attachments do, right? So it's going to turn them into shit.
Well, my gunpowder, well, just the gunpowder that I had weighs nearly 3 times as much as everything I have on me now.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, no, exactly right, mate, exactly right. Well, that's good to hear. There's a way to lighten up that storage. And there's that second storage for all the attachments. I just fucked that fucking car up, man. My poor slam van, chat. Not good, treating it like a fucking, like a mongrel. Not ideal. Oh, I should cross now, I think, because this is the pain in the dick to cross down the lower spot. I blame the local for that. I mean, I should know. They always do that on that corner. That corner is notorious for it, and he telegraphed it so much, and I still was like, I'm not going to hit him. He's not going to hit me. We should be right. Where have I gone here, chat? Well, there you go. Stop! Oh my god. I think I was stopping. Hey, Willie, mate, you at this bloody gold panning or what?
Yeah, mate, I'm in the creek just below you.
Oh, you're at the bottom, are ya?
No, like halfway sort of thing. It's running down the hill, running down the mountain. Running down the mountain where she comes.
Check this out. Pull these back in here. All this I don't really need. G'day, mate.
No.
So,
Hang on. Whoa.
you got something on your back there, mate.
Yeah, no, it's sticky.
Oh yeah, just you gotta think about the Z muscle one.
Hey.
Your Z muscle, you know, you think about fix me please, that'll fix it, mate. Alright, but anyway,
Yes. What's that for?
we bloody oh, it was about $11,400 worth of, like, you know, iron, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, yes.
Yep. I'm keeping 2, you're keeping 3, and then 5's going in the crew storage.
Yeah, right, yes, sweet.
Yeah. So there's a bit of my mats in there too. That's why I feel justified doing that. But, yep.
Yeah. I chucked a fuckload of shit in there.
Yep. Yeah, I went to it, it was full, so, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I chucked all my gold in, but, because there was not much gold in there.
We're about to have a lot more fucking gold, mate.
Yeah, I'm gonna get gold pattern. Wait. No, my wash pan is dead. Fuck. My wash pan died. I blame you, Willie.
Wasn't bloody me.
There you go, mate.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, well, hopefully it's still up by the time I get the fucking wash pan. Fuck. It's not meant to happen, chat. It's not meant to happen. It's not meant to happen. How do you even fucking drive out of here? Is it the way I went? Is there an easy way out? No, it's definitely the way I went. Oh.
There you go, then, mate.
Fucking, these off-road tyres aren't very off-road, mate, I'll tell you that much.
They're not.
Just gotta drop the clutch a little bit first, mate. Start smelling that lovely clutch, and then you know she's coming up that hill. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. It's actually a pretty good gold pan mobile. Has a bit of oomph to it, has a bit of go. And look at this, chat, it does wheelies. That's how we got up that hill so easily. Look at that. Straight to 130 like it's nothing. We're gonna drop this off in the crew storage, you might as well get it done. You can check our phone about how long is left on the hotspot. Let's go. It's a good truck. It's actually a good truck. Yeah, 4 minutes. Not gonna have time. So what I'll do is I'll drop it off and I'll go grab another wash pan for the next one. Feel free to grab one. It's a good time to come back to the crew storage, isn't it? With some extended mags there. Thank you, mate. You, sir. Back a gentleman there, Jordan.
It's alright, lads. I'll do what I can.
Yeah, mate, I don't know how you fucking sit down with balls that large, son.
Fuck, a bit of a task.
One of those, do your balls hang low to the wobble till I'm broken. You tie them in a boulder, can you knock them against the boulder? Fuck, I fucked it up. No! Not good.
You tie him in a knot, you tie him in a bow.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
It's alright, mate. I seen you coming.
Yeah, I was hoofing it down there, mate.
Yeah, for once I actually wasn't.
Yeah, I'm in a slow as fuck car, so I just love hooking it down that road. And in fast cars, it's a death trap, that fucking street.
Yeah. She definitely can be. This thing's fucking quick too.
Yeah, it's nice. His old Lambo looking thing. Alrighty. Now, is there space for me to drop off some stuff now? That could also be the ideal. Chuck a quick 5k in here, out of my pockets, and I'll pick up what's left in my pockets. Nice. I'll keep the little bit of dirty I got in case I need to do more runs, and I need 50 back. Give me that. Need 250 for runs. Now, no, I'll leave everything else out of it, but we're in a pretty good point. Gotta throw that in the bin somewhere. Do I really need 2G? Excuse me.
Only 1 minute left on this fucking gold panning.
Yeah, I say it, mate. I was just got to give it a miss this time around to get a new gold pan for the next one.
Yeah, I've got to grab myself a fucking gold pan because I've never done it actually.
You get good shit out of it, mate. Garbage, plenty of gold and that. Make a fair bit of money selling the stuff down at the pawn shop and that.
Yeah, right.
Buddy, Willie, that dealio I just did with you there with all the mats, that's fine, eh? I'm feeling a bit weirded out about it. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
What do you mean?
Oh, just taking a bit of money for myself and giving you money, mate.
Well, I mean, all my money I just fucking chuck back into the fucking crew, to be honest, so...
Yep.
End up putting it in the storage.
Yeah, I lowered me take down to just a G because I did get some of those mats.
I think Torbeck's selling bags of armour for like, I can't remember if it said 20k or 40k.
Ooh. Well, we got 12 in there. Well, you do trades for the ceramic material as well.
Yes.
Because we have what? I think we have shitloads of ceramic, right?
He's got the note to make it.
Yeah, but surely you could trade him like 100 fucking ceramic and like, 20 grand instead of 40 or like 10 grand instead of 20, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. Do I grab an extender and put it on my pistol? To be honest, no. Don't need to worry about it. I was gonna, but no need for extenders. I'm not in any gang fights or anything like that at the moment, so I think I'll be right. But I'm gonna have a little quick break for you guys to chat. All right, so a little rougher going as well. Be beats playing. I need to go to the toilet and probably take off these thermals because I'm sweating bullets. It's not good. So make sure you guys expect join to get the shuffle for 100k, and I'll be off to you guys in a memento. So enjoy the beats. Expect join, and yeah, I'll be back in a second. Hello, chat. How we doing? Oh, my watch is telling me I'm a good boy for standing up. How's that, chat? Isn't that nice? Is that what's is that all it's yelling at me? Yeah. Mad. Alright. And congratulations to Terra. And Jazzberry. And is there a third person in there? Thomas. Nice. Oh, what should we do? Put some fuel in this. Finish off this fucking meth run we're doing. Maybe we should try and get onto this Mark fella, eh? When's State of Origin finish tonight? That's the problem. No, I should go to the petrol station. So once you hit like 8%, you start getting the fucking the sputters and that. Such a pain to drive around. We'll check the old mobile Device. Is it just fucking just a group chat? Yeah, it is. Oh, fuck! There's a car there. Perfect at driving. Don't mind me, chat. Go straight on the bike and away we go. Hope we don't need to watch cops. Yeah, the drift slam van up it. We're near a garage here at least. Give me a little texty text. Hit up Nigel, he left a fucking impression on me. Alright, sweet. Hit those two up to see if they're starting about. Gotta watch this drift thing that fucking old fish trap was trying to show us too. I could watch it now, to be fair. I did watch it earlier. I did definitely watch it earlier. I wouldn't dog him, but so we've got the stuff for it. I've got the table. We just haven't done, like, I don't know how to do it yet. That's my my mish. So I've I went and made a table, got the stuff for that. We've got a bit of acetone, a bit of the 2 chemicals you need from Jimmy doing window washing. And then that's why I'm doing these supply runs now for the pseudo. But I feel like I just gotta get the shit and just kind of send it because no one else has gone up. I'll do it on stream and get blown up. There's like a little spot behind the chop garage that I was sussing out. I think I got 3 boxes on me now of supplies. So yeah, let's get these out of the boot quickly. I want this in here. Need this. Yeah, we have 3. So I'll do 2 more runs and then we'll suss it out, see what I need for it. I think I probably need a bit more than that, but we'll see. Where's this last run? Is there a red guy up here somewhere? Is that a delivery guy there? Yeah. Oh, it's a hike, chat. So quick we can get up there. Find it better than weed, doesn't take too long to do. So I don't mind the weed being like you just come set up your grove and you come back in 2 hours. But it's a little tedious, right? And I feel like the biker roleplay suits the meth more, which is why I went and made the meth table straight away. I kind of wanted to beat everyone to it. But I feel like taking my time now a little bit, so it's probably not going to be the case anymore. Oh, I've gone that way. It's pretty quicker gone the underneath way, but anyway. But we'll see. Whether we give it a go. Where I want to get that Mark fella into the bikie gang tonight. That's the plan. But he won't be about until after State of Origin, you were saying, I think. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. How long that takes, etc. Gives us about, I reckon, half hour to try out this weed. Oh, not weed, fucking meth, sorry. The cheeky jumps. I'm definitely gonna get my bike impounded past it at this speed, right? I was saying this the other day on stream when I was doing this speeds through here. Trying to get the speed trap like perfectly. I think we've got the angle here, chat. Gotta hit this nice and close. 273, not bad. It's in Grapeseed, isn't he? I'm not going. Oh, actually the bridge is quicker. Since the bridge is in, the bridge is quicker. Hold on a minute. Let's go through Sandia. Or is it Mount Thomas, fucking Polito, and Mount Thomas, Bendigo, and Melbourne? I'm gonna eat a wall here doing this, chat. Oh, we survived somehow. Don't ask me how, but we did. I'll take that. This is max upgraded too, so this is like got the best brakes you can possibly put on it, and it's still like it takes like half a fucking century to brake and slow down. I'm also not sure if I'm missing anything for meth either. That I actually don't know, so I guess we'll have to wait and see on that one. Where's our guy? Where's our supplier? Just here, eh? Alright, one more. Nice outfit there, mate. Is it over in Bendigo? Or is it back down the city? Complete opposite end of the map. Alright. Let's hit that speed fucking thing again, but we can hit the other way this time. Oh no, you can't actually. It's a bit annoying to hit it from this side. Let me go this way. No, I agree with Joey.
Do we need any more gold or silver ingots?
Well, we have about the same amount of gold and silver in there now, about 380 ingots each, mate. It's up to you, really. You can fit them in there, but whether or not we need them's another question.
I think I might just sell them.
Yeah, mate, might be the go. Yeah, by the looks of it for now, we've done a fair bit of mining. Might be, we need some other materials. I might need to start crafting shit and selling it. Yeah, more likely. Oh, I just missed out on an R-block too, chat. Let's see how speed I can get from the off-ramp. I'm just hooking it. 215's alright. I'll try and hit the other speed jump this way, or speed trap this way. It's roughly the same distance down there, so it's not adding any more time, so. And then we go down to the chop garage to get the meth table. I think the acetone is in... Where's the acetone? It's in the back of my weed van. It's the weed van it's in the back of, so we'll grab it out of there and away we go. Maybe we can hit 303 on the speed trap down here. That's why my record's 303. It's the fastest I've got on this bike. It's kind of broke, but I don't aim for this line. That's not going to kill me when I hit a car. 304, chat. Oh, yeah, it's fully done up. It's maxed. Oh, the very shitty handling Batmobile. You see, that's the good thing with the Batmobile is the front wheel like turns, so you can just full skid. But this thing, like, you actually kind of have to love the handbrake to get around corners.
Does anyone know?
He's been on the bloody tablet all day, you know what I mean? But I've not fucking heard him on the radio since I've flown in. Fuck, we nearly just died there, chat. Pretty good bike though. Pretty good damn bike. Oh no, we're off the bridge here. Oh, that's... I'll take it. Ah. Alright, this is the last delivery spot. Let's go. Handbrake is definitely the answer, chat, to my turning problems. Alright, let's do this. I think I've got 10 of these all up. No more. And we out. So that's 5 boxes. Go to a garage, have a suss it out, maybe ask Willie. Hey, Willie, mate, fucking, you know anything about doing the meth process, mate?
No, not really. I think it's a bit of... Have you got a gas mask? I think you need a gas mask.
Fuck, no, I do not. I've got the table, I've got soda, I've got some acetone and some other chemical. Let me see where I can get this fucking gas mask from, eh?
I know you can craft them somewhere, I'm just not sure. You need like leather and fucking shit like that, I think.
Yeah, I checked, buddy. They're tailor in place. Needed that. Cleaning kits. What do you reckon, chat? The tailoring place is probably where I think you could probably find one of these, but that's about it. This wash band on my bike butt for now. I'll put that one in a bin when we find one. Go try the tailoring place. Is it going to be... It's not going to be the black market notes, I don't think. Although I did see nitrous on one of them. We're going to try the one over here next to us before we go to Darnell's, to be fair. Let's wait us to play. This way? Yeah. I'll look at the bloody black market node and then I'll try, bloody, what's it called? Darnell's tailoring.
Oh, yes, yes. That's probably your best bet, to be honest. I don't think it'll be on a node.
Yeah. Hack practice device. Blowtorch. Briefcases. Penetrators and all that. Yeah, it's not on here. Oh, screwdrivers are here, but... Screwdrivers are on the black market node, just so you know, big fella.
Ah, finally. What do you need to craft them?
Oh, I should probably check that. Yeah, give me a minute. One steel, one iron, 5 rubber. 1 steel, 1 iron, 5 rubber per screwdriver.
It's fuck all.
There, mate, sweet FA. We still have that one in the fucking storage anyway, I think, eh?
Yeah, I think we do.
Music. Cuphead Red's a good song, actually. Hold on. To the tailoring spot, get a gas mask. Probably don't need a gas mask, right? Maybe it's just ideal to have a gas mask. Are we here? I've actually not been in here yet, so... Little sussy sus, eh? Let's go to Lester's place. Yarn. From flax. Okay. Oh yeah. Coal, rubber, yarn. Fuck. Fuck. Gonna need some fucking flax and yarn. I don't think we have any, do we?
No, those are fucking annoying to get.
Yeah, mate, we might need to fucking get some flax and get some yarn going before we can do this fucking method, eh?
Yeah, we'll have to find out who's got a farm.
Surely Dose would have one. Depends on the hide and fabric. Was it the
I think you can still fucking do it without it, it's just... You might feel a bit woozy, you know?
Oh, like sniffing salts or whatever.
Yes.
That's all just flax, eh? Alright. Let's just do it. Understood, comprende, Captain. I guess I'll just attempt to cook then, eh?
And I think, with the recipe, I think you just put in however many parts of each you want and see what the fuck comes out.
Yo, I have no idea what does what. I think I've got a bit of acetone, a bit of fucking some other chemical in a bottle. I've got this pseudo, and I was just going to chuck it all together and see what happened.
Yeah.
Getting yarn is a grind. I've had seen those discussions. To be honest with you, mate, I was going to set it up on one of those open freight containers behind the chop garage.
That's sweet, I'll head on over.
Nice.
What's happening? I had to go in my head for a bit. Are you cooking some meth? We're trying to cook some meth up.
Yeah, cook some meth.
Yeah, I've got bloody 2 ammonia, 3 acetone, and I think we've got 10 pseudo. Yeah, I just grab out some more chemical waste, and I think it's plastic waste, and I can make what's it called? Some more ammonia and acetone. What do you reckon you can do that for us, Willie?
That's fine, mate.
Yeah, you can make us some acetone and ammonia.
How do you do that?
Chemical. Oh, actually, yeah, I'll just do it, mate. Over to the bloody window washer, you can fucking, yeah, craft on the table there a bit of plastic waste, chemical waste, you get acetone and ammonia.
Oh, yeah, I'll do some window washing.
No. There's a crafting table near the window washing. You don't need to do the window washing for it. That's a good little spot too, if that fucking had that. Anything in it? Anything hiding in there? Oh, so it's got a nice garage. Is this where the post office spot is there? Yeah. Alright, should be enough. Now, for acetone, it's over near the window cleaning place. It's literally underneath it. If you want to meet me at window cleaning there, Willie, mate, I'll show you where to make the ammonia and acetone.
Head over there now.
Easy, yeah. Well, I mean, you know how there's an open garage underneath where the window cleaning joint is?
I've never even been there.
Yeah, well, just go to the window cleaning joint, and instead of going up the stairs, just look for an open garage in the same building, and you'll see a table in there. Just bloody look at it real close. You know what I'm saying? G'day, big nuts.
Going on.
Funny looking bike you got back there.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those four-wheel stallions. So I guess it is a Lamborghini. It's full is a stallion, isn't it? Oh, wrong way. Let's go, chat. Keep getting confused. Oh no, I'm gonna crash. No, we're good. Alright. We here, chat. Is Willie here? You find it, Willie, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, you making some, are ya?
I think I've do chemical waste there.
I got enough. I can make it. I should cancel that. So I need 8 ammonia. I'm sure it's not in that. 8 ammonia. And then it was 7 acetone. Don't matters that much, but that's mad. It's actually cheaper than I thought it was. What do you make hydrochloric acid with? Chemical waste as well. We need hydrochloric acid? I'm just gonna get 10 of this in case. Well, I can't. Oh, Willie, mate, I might need your vehicle, brother. I don't have space in my pockets here.
Yeah, come on, Noah.
Could you also bring back 50 chemical waste, mate?
Yeah, I thought I fucking had some, but I can't find it. Give me a sec.
Easy, mate. Yeah, you got time, mate. Alright, I'll have you guys in chat. Make sure you guys use exclamation mark join to get in there. But yeah, back on the yarn notes, I did see the fucking petition to get the bags, like a way to acquire flax so to make the bags easier to craft. Something like that, where you can buy them or whatever.
Oh, yeah, good.
I haven't missed anything. Oh, nice. Oh, Thomas is getting in there. I'm getting tired, chat. I'm getting hungry. I need to feed. I'm trying to do this meth, but let's see how we go. Yeah, you can hear him coming. I'll give him the 50 and I'll tell him to make 10 hydrochloric acid. I'll give you the 50 chemical waste. Could you just make up the 10 hydrochloric acid?
Yeah, man. Is that all you need, or do you need some of the other shit?
I got everything else. We'll put it in the back of your car, but. Ammonia. We'll just put some acetone in the back. We can't fit all this in there, or can we? Oh, wow. Look at that. Perfect. Alrighty, perfect. Perfect. If you can't carry all that, I'll carry the rest. But it's all in your boot now, the ammonia and the acetone.
Oh my god, it's so annoying that it's fucking...
Yeah, it doesn't stack. It's like fertilizer, mate. There's no space in there, trust me. Alright, I'm gonna go get the pseudo and I'll be out meet you at the back of the bloody shop garage.
Alright, man.
Oh, we're sending it. Here comes the miss chat. I think I remember seeing hydrochloric acid when I set the table up the first time. I'm gonna do some window washing to get some chemical waste, I think. Ourselves, and do some more of it. And you got 30 seconds left in chat to use exclamation mark join to get into that raffle for 100k chippies. It's a big sucker, it's a big one. Oh, Jesus, that was death. That was actually death. I was pretty worried there for a second. Oh, I was only joking, Jordan, mate. You can keep driving around your Lambo.
Oh, that's right. I was only using it to, like, the space for crafting and shit.
Yeah, the bikes aren't good for it, eh?
No, they're really not.
Where is the boxes of supplies? There was 5 in the storage. Is it in the other storage? Yeah. Yeah, I found it. It's all good. What'd you get there? Which Pokemon was that? Flaffy again. You had a few Flaffies pop up. Should probably get the meth table out, but that would also help, wouldn't it? Assuming it's in this one, yeah. Do I need car batteries? Hope not, right? Got some oil in there too.
Are you sure you want to do this behind here?
Oh, what's the worst that could happen?
A massive bloom of smoke or something?
Oh, we're talking about it now, I don't think. Fuck.
Right.
Oh, having a bit of a
Fucking no time for swimming.
Oh. There's some cleaner, mate. I did. Yeah, look, mate, I've lost my motorbike, so here's where we're doing it.
You fucking lose your motorbike.
Oh, I was just guy. I just I'm good at it. Just ask me. Hello.
Alright.
Nah, show you me spot, boys.
Loses cars or bikes as much as you can.
Oh, I'm good at it, mate, alright? See what I mean, mate? Yeah, there might be a plume of smoke, but we don't own no chop garage here, mate.
Yeah, right.
Not me, mate. Not me, not you. Time for a swim? Thank you.
Nah.
Now look at that meth table. Boom. Alright. Alright, so I've got the... Do we have to carry it all on us? Is that like how it works? Because I have to open these boxes of supplies then, and then somehow manage to fit all that fucking acetone and hydrochloric acid on me.
I mean, you probably don't need all of it, right?
Right, how about I start with lots of 5 of everything and see how we go then? We got 10 of everything. Yep. Oh, that's a fucking ladder. He's writing down notes, I love that. Are you trying to lock me out, mate? Don't trust me or something?
I just didn't realise it was unlocked.
Fucking hell, mate. I know, I just became a VP and you still don't trust me. That's not good, mate.
Fuck off.
Alright, and just flick us the fucking 5 hot. Oh, yeah. Right, now, I need to put some shit in here because I'm full as fuck too. Feeling like it was a vanilla unicorn, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Right, now, open up some supplies. I want a bit of pseudo.
Right, and I've got 2 more of the acid on me.
But do I need iodine as well?
Iodine?
Who's giving me iodine?
Going from your boxes?
Oh, is that for my boxes? Oh. Yeah, actually, yeah, probably. Fuck, I need to stop smoking.
Well, you're bloody opening the bag of things.
Alright. Fuck, I didn't know you got 2 things out of these things. I thought it was a pseudo. Fuck.
Sounds like a lot of fucking chemicals for fucking...
Yeah, mate. I haven't got acetone out of this. What the fuck? Well, so I can get all the supplies for meth out of this.
So we need acetone, do we?
Nah, I've got. I don't know. I've got fuckloads of iodine, pseudo, fucking acetone, ammonia. We're just gonna mix this all together. I hope it turns into meth, boys. All right, let's send it. Oh, let's write the batch number down. Alright, gents, so write this bloody batch number down. So we got, it looks like 3 pseudo. Yeah, 3 pseudo, 4 iodine. We got 6 acetone, 5 hydrochloric acid, 5 ammonia. Make that 4 pseudo. Alright, I'm sending this. We're gonna see what happens. Alright, we're crushing the pseudo now.
So you said pseudo, iodine, acetone, hydrochloric acid. What was the one after that?
Ammonia. Capis.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so I'm crushing pseudo now. I'm breaking this all up. Alright, fucking, put this with this fucking, yep. Oh, fuck, it smells good. Right, we got crushed pseudo. Oh. Hold on a minute here, gentlemen. Hold on a minute here. I think we're cooked with gas. Right, now we're going to mix these chemicals together. Alright, for this run, I'm going to do 1 ammonia, 2 acetone, and then maybe 2 iodine. Alright. Oh, fuck. Yep, right, sending. That's 1 ammonia. Yep. Right, so 2 iodine, 2 acetone, 1 ammonia. Oh, fuck, I should have worn gloves, cunt. This burns. This does not feel nice on the fingertips.
Fucking be careful.
Fuck me. It's like the time I used oven degreaser as fucking gooey. It was not good. Fuck. Right, now I've got liquid meth. Okay. Fuck, this feels volatile. Right, now I'm going to heat this up, boys.
go.
Any temperatures here? 100 degrees, 150, 200 degrees, 350 is our max.
Fucking
Halfway, 175.
yeah, fuck it.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll find out. If it fucking blows up, it blows up.
Right, 175. We won't write that down so we don't forget it, because we'll fucking forget it if it blows up. Alright, alright. Oh, fuck, this is heating up quick. Oh! Jesus, that hurts, boys. Ah, fuck.
You're right, mate.
I can't really move, boys.
How you going in there?
Get out, no, get out of there. Get fucking out of there. I nearly went down fucking with the sickness. Oh my god. It's because I was gardening myself. Fuck.
Fuck, so what, is that batch fucked, is it?
I don't think so. It's cooking. It's cooking.
Fucking hell.
But I need to go to the hospital, boys. I'm not feeling too good, eh? Can I get a lift to the hospital, please? Yeah, look, I'm really not feeling good.
Okay, so do we need a gas mask?
Yes, 100%. Need to get yarn. Holy fuck. I full got fucking Nagasaki in there. That wasn't good. Yeah, you give me to the hospital, mate. But yeah, we need yarn to make...
I'll check the rate around, mate.
Yeah.
I need to go. Probably need to check in too.
Yeah, we need a fuckload of flax to make some gas masks. And then we should be Gucci. I don't know how long that takes there, Willie. Sorry, bro.
I wonder if it will calm down after after it cooks up a bit, or if it's just fucking gonna be like that.
Yeah, mate, we're gonna be running back and forth from the hospital the whole time. Ah.
Fuck it, lucky we didn't go too far away.
Yeah, mate, we're just gonna set up near the hospital, mate. They're either doing it in Sandy or Mount Thomas or fucking where we are now. I got my weed just over in the fucking, at the canals just there, so fuck, it's all on one spot. Oh fuck, I don't feel too good, bro. Get in there quick, go, go, go. Fucking hell. What was this clip that he got of us, eh? What was this clip Zeki got? Let's show it up so you guys can see it, chat.
It's a bit rough.
Here you go, boom, 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 talk screen, bam. Thanks, Zeki. Whee! Pretty good value. Getting tornadoed, bro. Menace material. I blame Zeki. It's always Zeki's fault.
Fucking hell, still hard to breathe in there.
Yeah, I'll sacrifice myself as tribute. I've lost a few brown cells.
I'll have to, when you get back, you might have to quickly run in there and fuck around with it for a bit and run out.
Yeah, mate, gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. The drowning noises got me just yeah, mate, you gotta do the drowning noises while you're under the map. Still gotta roleplay it, right? Right, now let's go get gassed again.
I was fucking love it, mate. I went back in seconds.
Went back, I fucking just stood there and fucking inhaled the whole thing for a good 30 seconds. I thought I was stuck, mate. I thought it was all over for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I was coming in to check on you, mate, because I didn't hear anything.
I was like, fuck, I'm not moving. Should I be moving? How do I move? Ah. Alright, well, wish me luck. I'll run in there. Just, yeah, don't get yourself gassed as well. We need as much of us with as much health as possible. Yep, 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 yep. Feel like the firefighters at Chernobyl, mate. You know, just going in there with no fucking protection. Coming out with,
mate, who needs it?
Coming out with testicular cancer and balls of steel. Alright, I'm going in, boys. No. It looks like it's just being heated, mate. It's still moving. I'll wait for another second.
Still hard to breathe in there, is it?
Yeah, mate, it's cooking, but it's just the fumes of fucking methamphetamines.
I'm gonna go to the hospital real quick while you go through here.
Did you check it too many times?
Yeah, I'm not feeling too good.
I'll try again. Is it actually moving? I think it's moving. I think it's moving. We might have to check it one more time.
Smoke plume yet?
Yeah, I don't feel so good either after that one. But I think it's moving. I think. Is it? It's moving? You said it. You said it. I think it's moving. It looked like it was.
Do we need to take turns checking it?
Oh, nah, you just wait, right? Surely you just wait. You know, and then...
Does it look like it's fucking,
I don't know.
Or like, can you see, like...
It's doing things, yeah. It's doing things. Good things, I don't know, but it's doing something.
Well, that's alright. We'll just wait a little bit.
Yeah, we need some bandages or something.
That would be ideal.
Yeah, mate, yeah, I'm just gonna do some littering quickly.
That's alright, it's fucking dump yard anyway back here.
Smoke on this, maybe I'll feel a bit better after that.
Hey, that can only make you feel better. It's a fucking good idea, actually.
No, nice. What are you chucking in there, Jasmine? What's that control V, lad? What are you doing? 10,800 bucks? What's the go there? What have you done? Yeah, I have no idea, eh? Fuck, what are you doing? Whoops. Lad, you pulled a fucking old person, bro. Next thing you're trying to Google. Do you get plumes from this? Is it red hot? You are old. 25, hold on, fucking 45, you reckon, eh? Shush.
Hey, you must be fucking not feeling good. Fuck, you're blowing out some fucking green smoke from that ciggy.
Oh, mate, this is the joint.
Oh, you're smoking a joint?
Yeah, mate, I keep finding them, so I keep stealing them.
Yeah, valid, honestly.
Yeah, mate. Good smoke, but it doesn't really make me feel much better about myself. Alright. Well, I'm gonna fill up on food just because fucking, I don't know, I like wasting money on food, and then we're gonna see how this goes in there. Alright. Wish me luck, sir.
You got this, mate.
Oh, fuck, quick. Nearly done. It's nearly done! It's nearly done! Oh, no. Oh. Fuck. Oh, no, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding. Get me to the hospital, quick. Oh. I got like internal something or other. Fuck.
Are you nearly back, Willie? We gotta this cunt needs to get to the hospital.
Yeah, nearly back.
It's nearly done, but mate, it's looking good. I reckon after this hospital trip, I'll come back and the fumes won't kill me this time. Seeing if this nicotine and fucking cannabis can counteract the meth fumes, but it's not really working. Holy shit. Now you make me feel young, Ro.
Dry, I guess.
Honestly, I think it's made things worse. I've got like carbon monoxide poisoning now or something. Right. 1 second, I'll be back. I'm not wasting this joint, but I'm fucking smashing this thing before I check in.
Yeah, fucking get the dog.
Yeah, look at that. Now we can't be affected by the meth. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
It's not killing me anymore. Do you want me to check the table out or what?
Yeah, give her a squizzy, mate. Give her a squizzy. Yeah, we're gonna have meth soon here, chat. Look at unoiled engine. I already make those noises, lad. I don't think I'm old. I fucking like move an arm. It's like
Says there's nothing ain't going on.
knees and that. What was that? Sorry, mate.
Says there's nothing going on.
Might just mean to be like the person that's cooking it has to keep cooking it. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Probably likely that, to be fair. Back to the drugs.
Can't go wrong with fucking free drugs, mate.
Doesn't feel very fucking free. We're paying with our fucking brain cells here. Like, we're getting lobotomies for this. We're just brain maxing, actually. That's what we're doing. Nice. Getting that raffle for 25k. But yeah, my knee's all cooked. Because I only shut my kneecap when I was 15 skateboarding. I've actually cooked a bunch of my joints. And also rugby league.
Should have took note of how long that took.
And now you can crack it like 50. Oh no, you're dying. What was that? Sorry, mate. I kind of missed that.
So we should have took fucking note of how long that took.
Oh yeah, it's like 15 or so, I think, but just roughly. Oh, you're right, mate.
Oh, I'm fucking feeling fantastic, mate.
All right.
Feeling fucking excellent.
Fucking looks like it.
Yeah.
I add some acid to this. All right, all right. Acid's going in.
That's
Right, now it's got to cool, boys.
This is the knife.
Fuck me, mate.
You're talking to Bill and I, mate. Alright, boys, now we gotta wait for this to cool. It was about 15 minutes it was for it to cook. We gotta wait another 15 for this to cool, and then, yeah.
Alright.
We'll see what we fucking end up with.
It's a pretty small batch. Looks like, you probably could have kept continuing the process there, Willie. You just go back to the start cooking thing, and it should be able to process like 6, 7, 8, 9 sort of thing. Yeah, it's like a numbered, like, little, checklist.
Yes, okay.
But we got probably 15 minutes to spare, eh, boys?
Yeah, right.
I'd say 10 to 15 by the looks of this.
So I'm going to my head for a bit.
Oh, you're delightful to be around then. I'm gonna go rob something.
I'm going to do it here. Right? Well, I'm worried that there's no one here at night.
Oh, gotcha. Is your car unlocked so I can get some of my stuff back out? Oh, I'm running a bit funny here. What even was it? It was like a lockpick. No, you can keep me crowbar. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 push bags. What's everyone up to?
You can keep me crowbar. Oh, there we go. That's something to do there. Let's over at the chop shop, mate. Fuck around with a bit of meth. But, you know what? Could you meet us down at fucking 10:032, mate, where the chop garage is? I bring Jordan out. We give him the bash, Jordan. Fuck it. Jordan, mate. Come out here.
Yeah.
31 route.
So I'm thinking we'll get him in.
Yep.
We'll start him off normally. As
Going on, guys.
Yep. Hey, brother.
That
Yeah,
won't
mate,
take
how
him
are
long
ya?
to get from there to member.
Yeah, mate. 100%.
Too bad, about to fucking go.
Well, he's got to see what he throws down first. You can maybe take Jimmy on afterwards as well.
Mate, I won 10,000 chips before. I might be over there just
Yeah,
after this.
yeah,
I'm gonna go, mate.
All right. Well, I can sort it out myself, eh? For the tablet, I just need his heist ID. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep.
Is this the brother that,
Yep. You have. I'm manager now. Yep.
I heard someone's been
Yep. So I can add anyone just through that top part there, eh? Yep.
Mate.
Right, Jordan, mate. You're gonna flog the piss out of this cut or what?
Turned it into 10. He said, alright, mate, turn it into fucking 15 or some shit. Like, I turned in with it.
That's large. That's a good chat.
That is fucking huge.
I just think my radio's that loud. I didn't even hear what you fucking said.
Oh yeah, I turned it down, eh? Runs at about 70, but fucking, how do you feel about bashing this fucking Mark Chichi cunt, mate?
Live it out, mate.
Yeah, you get to bash the fucking prospect.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Prove his worth, mate. All right, he's gonna meet us at the front of here, so we'll do it out in the fucking car park, so attracting attention to this meth table.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Yeah, fair.
You can fuck off.
Papa. Papa.
Oh, mate, Jimmy, if you start acting like him, mate, you can fuck off too.
Oh, you fucking started shivering me, bitch.
Mate, you're starting piss of cunts, that's for sure. Righty, Chi-Chi, mate, how long you gonna be till you at this Chopper Garage fucking mechanic shop fucking place, mate?
0.832. 0.8.
Gotcha, mate, yeah.
Yep, 83 point. A point, you know. Is that?
Oh, fuck, I'm pretty stoned, boys. That's good weed.
Actually, I get like a center spin.
Oh, no way. Has he got a bike? Look at this cunt.
Yeah, look at him go. Yeah.
What, move mine off the...
Hey, mate.
What's going on, boys?
Oh, not a lot.
No, I can't do cycle proximity.
Going around town.
This is my turf now, is he?
You looking to fill some shoes, mate?
Yeah, mate, whatever you should just know I'm the man.
Yeah, right, you're the man, alright. You think you might want to join the club, do you?
Ooh, Zafiro.
Definitely give it a look.
Alright. Well,
How you doing, Josie, bro?
Bring you in as a prospect. It's not going to take you long to move from that to a member, so don't worry about that. Don't stress about that.
Mate, look, I'm not too scared about a badge, mate. Just because it says something doesn't mean I can't do many other things.
Yeah, well, that's right. Just don't do fucking too much, mate. You might land us in trouble.
Nah, mate, no trouble for me, mate. No trouble for me.
Alright.
But first things first, mate. You need to fucking show us if you can throw down proper. You've hit me a couple times, mate, but fuck, I had a few hot ones and cold ones. No, you're not doing me. You're getting big fucking Johnny Walker over here, fucking Jordan.
Yeah, mate. Get to take on the Sarge.
Yeah, mate, you reckon you can take this on?
I'm gonna fucking spark dial up and fucking do this.
Yeah, look at that. This cunt's not even face. He's got a smoke a dart while he's punching. You still have a fucking... You need to jump a little bit there, Cheech, mate. You got a bit of a spider on your feet. So use your spacebar muscle, do a little jump, eh?
Do one of these ones.
Yeah, there you go, mate.
Alright.
Oh, mate, you reckon you can fucking do this or what?
Fucking hammer down.
Mate, 3-2, have it out.
Fucking drop.
Oh, he's already dropped off the bat. No way.
You down, are you?
Ooh.
Oh!
Yeah, fucking smack him. Oh.
Oh, combo.
Liver shot. He dodged it. He's ducking him.
You gotta learn to fucking dodge there, young fella.
I don't even know how to dodge, brah. I don't even know how to dodge.
Think about your spacebar muscle, Cheech. That's how you dodge, mate. What do you punch? Oh, Cheech, mate. Ah.
He's a fucking wild boy.
He's got a big swing, this cunt.
Hey,
oh, he's tackled him.
Hoppa, fell over, tripped over my own feet. Sorry, mate.
Have you had enough there, young fella, or what?
Give it to him, Cheech, mate. Don't let him get it over here.
Oh,
holy fuck. Oh. Hey.
Holy shit.
This is a scrap and a half, mate.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, mate.
Sack of taters.
Give me again. Give it to him again.
Oh.
Fucking hell, mate.
Ah, prospect's not meant to get knocked out.
He's got a tough chin on him, I'll give him that.
Oh.
He lasted a hot minute.
Does a bit.
Fair dinkum, mate. Fair dinkum. That was a fair scrap, that one.
He laid a few shots in at the end there.
Fair dinkum, mate.
You got a couple good ones in there, mate. I'll give you that.
Mate, you duck him like Tyson, mate. That was unreal.
I'll get him in the back of this car.
You got excellent combat skills.
That's why I'm the Sarge, mate.
He's a sergeant arms, mate. You're just press.
Big time. He throws them up like big ups.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, you heck it, Willie. Fuck, how's he swing on him?
He's got a bit of swing. He should do alright.
Alright. Better than that fucking wee wee. We should just get him to fight wee wee next time.
Yeah, honestly.
Why is Jimmy a prospect?
I don't think Jimmy's actually a prospect.
Is he a member?
I think so.
So wee wee's a prospect. We could just get a fight of the prospects tonight just to be fuckwits. Why not? Chuck him in a ring. I know, throw like sex dolls at him and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Not gonna lie, I have a feeling Jimmy might be the fucking road captain.
He was the road captain, that's right. Yeah, he's the captain of the road, that's right. Yeah. He's prospect to me, but that's right.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll just tell him he's a prospect and see how he reacts. Wait for this.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking Jimmy and Wee Wee. I'm thinking since you got a new prospect tonight, we're gonna have a fight of the prospects. So it'd be like Jimmy, Wee Wee, and fucking this Cheech fella, 3 prospects in a ring having a go. You're a prospect, aren't you, Jimmy, mate? Gonna get it from him? Nah, no bite, mate. No hook, line, and sinker. Where's that cycle?
Jimmy, are you fucking alive, mate?
Where's that?
They're probably already in fucking prison.
Oh fuck, my bad. I'm talking on the wrong fucking thing. Oh my god. I'm not a fucking prospect. I'm a road captain.
Sorry, what was that, prospect?
Shut up, dickhead.
Pipe down, prospect. You don't speak to your VP that way, alright?
I'm the road captain. I'll fix your bike.
Alright, so where are you right now? Are you in the casino, Jimmy?
No.
Sounds like you're the fucking prospect again from road captain, because if you can read, and I'm pretty sure you fucking can, because you can read the numbers on those chips, should say Jimmy Fletcher's banned for the fucking casino, shouldn't it?
No, that's a scam.
That's fucking it, Jordan. We're going up there, we're kicking this guy's cut in.
Oi, no. Oi, I'm up.
Yeah, what's the prospect of that? Not very fucking high, mate. That's why you're the prospect.
So you just fucking lied to your VP saying you weren't at the casino. How you up if you're not at the casino, cunt?
I was there last night. How much money did I make? I forget. How much money do I have actually? Not how much money did I make. How much money do I have?
You, sir, are telling the big informations.
Go on, guess.
Straight furfies, mate. You got sweet fuck all.
90 grand. Yeah.
90 grand? What, you here asking cunts for loans? You gonna pay Viv back? You gonna pay Johnny back? Or you gonna sit there on your fucking hands?
I paid him back.
Yeah, it's called bullshit.
Back, and I gave Willie 30 grand last night for the fucking storage, so upgrade that shit.
Fuck, that's his payment to look after you, you fucking child, mate. Jesus Christ.
Calm down now.
Mate, I'm not calm. You're stressing me out, mate. You sit in the casino again and fucking Vivian's on my case, then I have to be on your case, mate. I want no cases to be had here.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you can't even fucking speak, mate. That's what the daycare fees are for. You haven't done speech therapy, obviously. Fuck me. I've now got to come up there and get you away from these drinks and the chippies.
I'm not at the casino.
Please stop fighting.
Jugadorez, can you bring the old bike over to me, mate, at the hospital? I'll be back in 5.
Oh, Les, mate, I've got your fucking... I can't bring your fucking bike without keys, mate. Yeah, Willie's going to have to get you.
I'm coming, Willie. I'm just out in the back car park here. I'm coming around the front now.
Oh, this Siege fella, he's got to fucking learn a thing or two about motorcycles work, eh?
Yeah, I know, right?
Not good.
I don't have a fucking...
Do it, please. Take him out.
Not that fucking sophisticated.
I think they're fucking like Bluetooth keys or some shit, mate. Fucking hell. Bit of entertainment. I'll get him up on the thing. Now, see? All talk, Brucey. Cecil's trying to make money, I bet.
8238.
What?
Did you fucking forget where the front door was?
Yeah, mate, hey. I'm fucking listening to this thinking, fuck me. Willie's just parked in the front.
Past the, well, fucking cops are pulling me over. What the fuck do they want?
He's gonna walk out the front door there, Cheech, mate. Willie should be parked out there, mate. He wouldn't have left you.
I'm fucking pulled over by the cops now. I was making my way around the back.
Huh. fuck? How do you make it out the back? Is it?
Oh, you couldn't fucking ride it.
Nah, mate.
Past us, he's getting pulled over. This is absolutely fucking massive.
Mate, you're walking before he gets you off this criminal charges getting pulled over for. This has got to you too, Mark, mate. What are you doing?
Oh, mate, sorry, mate. I just wanted to have a dip with the cap. There's a couple of bikes flying around. Jesus Christ.
With the captain, he's a fucking friend.
Oh, my voice is cracking. He's doing to be dirty, this fella. Mate, you should have met his friend, Nigel Bushdi Bushdi, mate. I've never fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ. Like, Nigel fucking... He broke both of Nigel's legs at the casino, and then Nigel just out there screaming, "Hey, he broke my legs! He broke my legs!" I couldn't take it seriously, eh? And then fucking next thing you know, Nigel pulls out his sister, and his fucking sister's there fucking pole dancing in the pawn shop, and fuck me.
I've just picked up a hottie, can't lie.
Jesus Christ.
I'm pretty sure the sister was a mister, but I didn't want to fucking stick around too long to find out, you know what I'm saying, mate? Yeah, you should. I've burnt the meth. Oh, shit. Might go check this meth. Hey, these cunts are taking forever.
Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, we can probably have a squeeze out.
Yeah. I probably did. No, it's cooling down. Sure, you can't burn it the other way. No. But what happened to your crew? I seen you were taking a bit of a break, but stepping back from RP. But we had enough of it, I'd imagine, eh, Aussie? Oh, mate, we could get you in here. We'll kick out Zeke, bring in Aussie. Aussie was the better mod, for sure. Oh, we're breaking it down, mate, here. Oh, actually, shit. I think I'm full on the pockets. No! I'm full on my pockets. I hope we're not going to get this here.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, no, we got 17 meth. We on it. We on. 39% purity, not that pure.
I wonder if it has to do with the temperature we did.
You reckon it's a mixture? I'll try different prices. Oh, not prices, amounts of chemicals, but...
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, see these cunts are back yet. I'll tell you we got some meth too. Got some 40% purity meth now, boys. About 17 baggies of it. How you going, Cheech, mate? You still fucking on the Foot Falcons, or did you get picked up by Prez?
Prez is locked off. I'm over at Market Town at the moment.
Prez is locked up. Guys, go pick him up.
I boosted. I fucking, busy.
Yeah, go pick up old Cheech, mate. I'll wait here.
I'm gonna double back, try and pick up Prez from the old station.
Buddy, hit us with a postcode. Jordan's on his way to you, mate, alright? Because I need to sort you out and get you actually in this MC, mate. Because right now you're just a glorified fucking part of the media, mate. Journalist.
820.
Thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime there, Mr. Cravels Crackalack. And you've done 7 months in a row as an absolute G, so thank you so fucking much. Thank you. Never necessary, but always appreciate how you doing this fine Wednesday, Crave. How I was kicking back home. I hope you're having a late morning, had a good sleep in. Now, what was this message? Yeah, mate, yeah. It takes a bit of time, the RP, doesn't it? A lot of things you got to step into and do things for. Like, I understand. It's not like you can just... Like, you can kick back and just do random shit, but if you want to actually make like a roleplay, you got to invest time, right? Step down as a mod, and expect I'll probably get the boot from police at some stage for activity, which is perfectly fine. Time to time. I don't even really doing any activity boots right now, mate. I've only done like a couple of hours, but I think they are checking if you got hours on the old oh, a bike. On the old what's it called, on the old Crim? So
yeah, 82 10. Just beside
the bike's cooked, chat.
Just at the garage here, the car park here.
Can I get in it?
Main market.
Can I get in it and flip it? Yeah, I did notice it. I've been streaming because I've been like keeping an eye out. Like, I'm not lying to you. I don't watch all your streams. I'm not the best at like getting into them, but I do try and like lurk and watch them. And I have noticed I've done many. I usually do them in the times I'm chilling on my PC doing streaming and doing not streaming, editing and that kind of thing. So, but I hope you're alright, mate. I hope you're busy doing things that you want to be doing, not things that you have to be doing. And if you have to be doing them, hopefully then soon, mate. That's probably the best way to put it, isn't it? I think I went through that little ad break there. You guys, Jesus, each ad help support their stream, alright? Sense, mate. Sense. Oh, it's coming up now, lol. Yeah, because you're on call, right? Yep. Well, it's money, bro, as well. Like, it's like your job. It's your job, or playing a video game and streaming, which, like, might bring some income at some point. Guaranteed when? Probably not. Not on paid call. I'm tired. Up a few hours earlier than I have been lately, but need to sort my sleep a bit. Yeah, I've just done that, dude. I was getting to bed at like 4 in the morning, bro, while we were all sick. Or while Jasmine and Theo were sick, and I was like, you're still in the menace material, you know what I mean? Staying up late playing fucking this with people and shit. But I was still half crook myself, but I wasn't sleeping properly. And then, yeah, I've only just sort of got back into whack this week.
Nigel's over at the car shop, mate. I think he's having trouble with his muscles. I think he's cramping up.
Oh, volunteer. That makes sense to be on call for. I have to introduce Nigel to the boys, but you're filling our last spot for now there, Big Cheech.
Big Tom.
Come here, Big Cheechy, mate. Come here, Big Cheech, mate.
Is that the stock standard cut that we have to wear?
Yeah, we're all in denims, mate. Yeah, we don't have any cuts just yet. No special ones, you know what I'm saying? No logos or nothing.
You're right, mate. 3-2.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, we'll get some eventually. Yeah, it's just right now we're just rolling the denim, alright? Double denim bottoms, denim tops.
Is this pass if I wear these pants?
Yeah, you can wear the pants, mate. You just need to wear the denim vest. That's the non-negotiable.
Done. I'll sort it out.
Right, now, what you need to do for me, mate, is jump onto your phone and open up the My Nova app. At the top of that, there'll be your ID. I need you to read that out to me in a second, alright, mate? That's good that you're playing a bit of Tekken. That's good that you're good. Yeah, let me know when you're ready to read that out, mate. Be on your homepage of the My Nova app.
54. 34. 13.
Alright, mate. Now, do you have a tablet on you? Like a bloody iPad, tablet, whatever you want to call it, mate. Whip it open. Now go on the App Store, download the Crew app. And then you just go to your homepage, you'll download in a couple of seconds, mate, and you should have a little invite to this orgy, mate.
Having a look.
Yep, you're definitely in here, mate. I can see you as Mark Brandon Reed.
That's me, mate. 3-2.
Oh, we actually still have a spare slot. We can get Nigel in here. What the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
To go over to the shop.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, mate, go sort out old Nige, mate. You're good for now, alright? You're good for now. We'll call you when you need you. But hey, get some mining done. We need you to come back with some fucking materials and possibly an oil rig. Actually, probably do an oil rig. Don't do mining.
Oh, mate, well, I'm going to go help out old Nige.
Yeah, mate, go hard, mate, go hard. Alright, I'm off. Have a good stream. Have fun with the prospect torturing. We'll have to do it later on. I'm definitely going to do it with Jimmy and that. But thank you.
Get him robbing houses too.
Yeah, I reckon set him and that Nige fella up. Nige is just a little bit fresher than him, but from what I've heard, so I think they're going to go danny each other out at the dealership to help them get sorted. But
He ran all the way to the market's garage.
Bro, he's a fucking classic cut, this fella, bro. Oh, fucking, I don't know.
Give me a minute to find him. I was like
Hey,
looking
Mark,
between here and there.
Where
I'm
do
like, what the fuck
I
is he?
take old bud to buy a motorbike? Is it? I thought that was at the
All the way
car
down to the
place, mate.
fucking
That
market.
the wrong place.
Mate, you just bought a motorbike, didn't you? How do you forget where you bought the motorbike from, mate?
All this Hyundai I've been growing is fucking me head.
It's up in Harmony, mate. It's the, yeah, it's in Harmony. I can tell you, yeah, Sandy Harmony, mate. You know, the dealership in the middle of the fucking desert. He operates a postcodes, this fella. Make him a postcode. I've done it dirty.
Can I get a ping on that or postcode?
There's no way. Oh, yeah, mate. It's 4024, mate. It's the postcode. 4024, mate. Yeah, you.
Did you just say something? Because I did not hear you say something.
Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's 4024, mate. 4024 is the bloody postcode. I was saying something. Yeah.
Bloody legend, mate. Don't ever change.
I was just saying that he operates a postcodes, this fella, so I doubt he's going to be able to just find it on the map, eh? I've never seen something so religious on the fucking postcodes. It's good, but good value. Alright, well, I'll give them 5. We'll set up a house robber or something. Can you give me a lift to a garage so I can get a car out? Or a bike?
Yeah, get it on the radio.
I reckon I will get them in the house robbers. I've got a few lockpicks on me, so they'll be good for it.
Yeah, they're cheap to make too. It's like metal's great.
Yeah, exactly right. Yep.
What do those fucking pigs want with you, Willie?
Is he still in there?
No, they drove off as I drove past back with fucking Cheech.
So Willie's fine, he's just fucking off in his head somewhere.
Yeah, I seen him get back in his car and drive off. I thought he was coming back down here. But...
They're doing Willie things, mate. That's alright, we'll find him.
Yeah.
Right, Cheech, mate. Did you say you were at the dealership helping out old Nige? Let's get down there. Fuck, this guy's good value, eh?
What was that, mate?
Did you say you're down at the dealership helping out old Nige, or you going up to buddy buy a motorbike, are you?
Yeah, mate, just helping Nigel over here. I'm taking him up to the 4024 now.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, I'll be up there myself in a moment, eh?
See you there, mate.
Set these guys up house robbing. Oh, I'm gonna crash. Not good. Not ideal. We have a Deoxys. That's another rare Pokemon in chat. Holy shit. And go back to fucking meth run and meth making. Takes about half hour to make a couple of batches. I gave Jordan the batch. He might go and sell it. I don't know what he's going to do with it, to be honest with you. I said it was rare. Jazz got straight on it, stealing it from everyone else in chat. Is this song? I think it is. Yeah. Do we hit it back on the rewind? No, we've got 2 minutes left to get up there with it. How'd you enjoy the meth making? It was pretty good, actually. Pretty easy. Like you said, instead of 2 hours, which is for weed, it looks like it's about half an hour. There'd be a bit more effort on the supply runs, but if I'm doing it in a car, which I will probably next time, I was doing it on the bike, because it's quicker, but maybe I should drop in the boxes off in something, dropping them from the garage. But pretty good. I reckon bang for bucket's alright. We're just gonna see what it's like selling it. I gave the first 17 bags to Jordan, but I got 40% purity. What ball did I use? She used a master ball. She's gammon shit here, Crave, bruz. She's got a master ball. To be fair, her excuse was that she's been letting Theo catch Pokemon in chat, and she bought the master balls for him. But I haven't seen her switch back. Lad, and master balls are guaranteed. Guaranteed. I think there's like a 0.00001%.
Car's still sitting here, but he's not here.
Alright, turn this music down to hear this guy.
What the fuck?
What was that, Big Jordan, mate? I had the radio going too loud in my ears.
Willie's fucking car's sitting here, but he's not here.
Oh, has he been locked up then?
I've seen him standing on the fucking sidewalk with the copper. So, he must have fucking got arrested, because the car's fucking sitting here, but he's not here.
He didn't have anything on him, I didn't think. I guess we'll find out, I suppose. Would have got more than 10 months, 15 months at most, 20. He'll be out of there in 10 months, I reckon. We'll see him pretty soon. You're still at the bloody up north dealership there, fucking Mark.
Hey, mate, I am.
Yeah, large. I'll be there in a memento. I'm gonna send you two on a little mission, I think. It was a legendary. Yeah, Deoxys is a legendary. Deoxys is legendary. There's been a few legendaries. There's been a Ho-Oh tonight. But Master Balls, yeah, basically guaranteed. Basically guaranteed. That's why Jazz is a stooge. She should go back, get off the Master Balls, mate. That's what I reckon. Dog and chat. You guys ready to meet Nigel Bushdi Bushdi?
Living the dream, what are you doing?
Oh, Nige, mate. That's not right.
You were on the fucking radio, but you hadn't said anything yet.
Get down there.
Yeah, I look like I'm like, oh, I was probably.
Yeah. That's what my mate's doing, Nigel, eh? Yeah, here I am, a change, mate. What are you doing?
Seeing if the fucking prospect was still around because I fucking heard him say something and then he fucked off.
You mean old fucking the new fella, Mark?
On me. On me.
Oh, there you go.
Nah, the other fucking prospect.
Wee.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark. Are you guys buying a bike? Are you buying a bike, Nige, or are you buying another bike, mate? What are you doing?
Are we doing anything fun or?
What he's doing?
Hey, I'm just here, just hanging around. I'm just looking for a bike, mate, but...
Alright, well...
You're very quiet.
We've got a mission for you too, alright, gentlemen?
Are we doing anything fun
Let me hear
or
it.
what's going on?
I'm sending the prospect and his mate on a little house robbing spree. I don't know about anyone else.
Oh, okay, so kind of.
I'm gonna do community service.
Right, now...
We got fucking...
Nige, come back. Hey, come back. Change, mate. Fuck you, I'm talking to you. Change.
We cooked up a bit of fucking mess.
Alright, so... You can buy a motorbike, you got a bit of time, but I want you guys to rob at least one house tonight, alright? And I'll show you guys how you set it up. Whip out your phones.
Oh, shit, okay.
Alright, now on the heist app, you'll see there's like an SN heist, looks like a little vault. At the very top, there's fucking house robbery. Right, you can create a group. What I'll get you to do, Cheech, mate, you create group, alright?
So you spoke to
Hit the big old red create group button.
There's no bloke here. There was one person here, but he ran away from me.
And what you need to do is hit the plus sign, and you want to invite bloody Nigel, right? And you get his bloody server ID or his PayPal ID, and that'll be above his bloody map.
Let me have a look at the post.
So Nigel, if you look at your map now, like just on your buddy in your eyes, you'll see a little things that says ID and a number.
Yeah, so he stands up at the door at 7238 with the little handcuff icon.
Nah, like your mini map, mate, not the one that's in the escape there muscle, the one that's just in your eyes. You should see like a little ID and a number next to it somewhere.
Yeah, 39 there.
Yeah, alright, so Cheech, you press the add button and put 39 in server ID, and you'll get Nigel in your group as an invite.
I got that one there.
Now you need to accept the invite, I think, from memory.
I got that. I'm in there.
Hectic. Now, what happens is that you'll get a house rob through this bloody app here, mate, right? So go back at the front there, Cheech, you go back into bloody house robbery load here, you hit a sign house.
I hope he's got some Yu-Gi-Oh cards in there.
Yeah, you'll find all sorts. You can find sex dolls and whatnot. A lot of it you can sell at the pawn shop. Everything you can't sell at the pawn shop, you can trade for bottle caps. Well, I want you boys.
Like Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah, exactly, yes. But I want you two, alright, to rob at least 2 houses. And everything you can't sell, because you can rob the house together, giving you both a lockpick as well, just go in the same house. Everything you can't sell at the pawn shop, you give to me, alright?
Yes, sir.
Alright, just 2, mate. And after that, go be free. Go have fun.
Gotta steal everything.
But the only thing you got to do is that you can buy a bike for yourself, Nigel, mate, but you guys got to be in one car while you're doing crimes together. Does that make sense?
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, mate. Can't be in 2 different vehicles. You can, like, escape to a garage after a pursuit and get a different vehicle, but, you know, you should be in the one at the one time. Alrighty then.
Buy a bike and I jump on it back on the bike.
Yeah, exactly. But buy a bike from here, mate. They're only 12k. The one you're looking for is a Nightblade Classic, probably. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Right, enjoy. I'll leave you to it, Nige. Right, I've set up Prospect and fucking his Nigel Bushdi Bushdi fella up to do some house robberies. I'm gonna come back and cook some more meth.
How'd that last batch turn out?
Got 17 bags, 39% purity. I gave it to Jordan. I think he might just go and sell it, I suppose. Yeah, see what you get for them.
Did you try to take some of it?
Yeah, it's not pure enough for me, mate.
Yeah, cool.
So I think I might fuck with temperature. Up the temperature from 175 degrees Celsius to 200. And see if I can change my ratios a little bit. Up the acetone and lower the iodine or something.
Yep, yep.
Worked out it's about 15 minutes to cook it, 15 minutes to cool it. And then, yeah, you just got your bags there and then. Also, bloody Cheech, mate, if you're on the radio still, you got until tomorrow to do those houses. Let's do one house today, and fucking if you get a second one done today, it's mad. But stay with me tomorrow night, mate. Don't stretch too much if you don't get it done tonight. Right. Now, they're trying to organise some crim shit to do. We're not really doing anything fun at the moment, are we? We're just doing the fucking back and forth, bikey. We're doing some fun. Westy's out and about. Bloody, what they do you for, Willie? I was bloody sorting out those boys. I didn't really hear what you got done community service for.
Well, they tried to fucking put me away for 75, mate.
Fuck, what for, mate? What are you doing? Loitering or something?
No, I had warrant for my arrest.
Oh, yeah, okay, it's from those other shenanigans.
Yeah, from the other night when we fucking killing the cops and shit.
Fucking, I wonder if I've got one.
Possibly. I just lied about it and got out of it.
What's your story, mate? Should I try and back yours up, or were you not involved in it, mate?
My story was that I'd already gone to prison for it.
For it, you cheeky bastard. I love that. So we already went to prison for it.
If they don't do their fucking paperwork properly, then that's tough one.
And they trust it, the cheeky bastards, eh? They should be checking their T's and dotting their I's. Oh, that's cheeky. It's kind of smart, but...
I did go to prison, just not for that.
Yeah, mate, that's top tier, that is.
It was only really about half a lie, really.
Only half a lie. Like, it's basically a lie by omission, really. No, get one more batch going, chap. One more batch going, see how it goes. It's like 50 bags? 30 bags? Can we get them all?
I've been for that and I don't remember.
The cops? Going to us? Maybe. Do a little 15 up. Little 15k, a little small one. Not coming for me, surely. Not me, right? Guess we'll see. Make sure he's Xbox right joining. Chat, don't get into that raffle. Yeah, right, it is pretty smart, Tara. Thinking about that, to be honest with you. Like, they're not going to check. You can get away with it. Who's going to care? It's not really the end of the world anyway. Not really breaking rules. Little bit shitty. I'd do it, but straight up. Now that I got that idea, mate, maybe I should just do it, see how it works. He's been taken out. There's a few locals are still in there. Another thing I didn't do, chat, I didn't pack up the meth table. I just left it set up, ready to go. That's silly, isn't it? Hopefully that's not going to bite me in the ass. We got 90 seconds left to get into that raffle. Ooh. I might start this old batch and bloody go into the old head, mate. Get a bit more water, go to the toilet. Mainly go to the toilet. I want to go to the toilet until we start. Toilet paper downstairs. Rough. Let's park this here for the quick getaway. Oh, it's starting another batch now. If you don't hear from me, I'm probably blowing up back here.
suffocate to death, mate.
Yeah, mate, I'll make sure to get out of here this time without fucking standing there and smelling the roses. That's alright, but too. I was thinking, fuck, it takes a while to get all this pseudo, but nah, you get a bit. Because it's not like one pseudo. Like, it's not like 1-to-1, right? You need more of the other chemicals, but that's about it. Oh, there's another flaffy? We had heaps of flaffies today in chat. So we did ammonia. Do we go higher in the ammonia? Like, hit it with the 2 ammonia, 2 acetone, and this time 1 iodine? 2, 2, and 1? Alrighty. 2, 1, 2. Alright, so this time I've done 2 ammonia, 1 iodine, and 2 acetone. See if we get a better purity out of that. And 200's probably alright, hey? I'm gonna start baking at 200. Got a liquid meth. Start cooking. Heat mixture. I'll do 200 and we'll walk away. Right, now it's baking at 200. Alrighty, I'm gonna go on my head for a short moment. Hopefully this doesn't blow up.
I'll come and check on you, mate.
Easy, mate. Same spot. Max it. Max it, you reckon?
Hey guys, I'm back, sorry.
Oh, it's wee-wee's back around. Alright, chat. Well, I'm going to kick another off. A few guys off in chat, so I can just run downstairs, go to the toilet, kick back, relax. There'll be a beat going for you. Alright. We'll max it next time, Thomas. When did a poo? Keep that fucking shit off the radio, you fucking gross cunt.
Am I not allowed to express my poop?
You fucking expressed your piss the other night enough for me. Alright. Make sure you use extra joy to this raffle, so I won't be stingy, be 100k. Be right back with you guys in a moment, chat.
Why? I thought you're the fucking president. You're supposed to be a rich bitch.
So we got it in here. Now we done it's cooking. And congratulations, Jazz, on winning that. Alright, we already know it's done. Not done yet, sorry.
What the fuck
The swords
have
are
you paid for?
Nexius? No. I gave birth to all of you.
And see if he's still in, old Cheech, eh?
I paid child support.
Not.
The crew up working out? There you go. Is he in?
Where are you?
Yeah, he is.
The fucking wheel? How much money do you need, Pres?
How much you got?
Hold on.
Oh no, he's getting rinsed. Hey, Cheech, mate, Mark, you fucking got into one of those houses yet or what?
Nah, I'd say it.
He's at the casino with you, and you two, you cunts have taken all the prospects. That's fucking it, Jimmy. You're losing another fucking finger, mate. I'm sick of this.
No. Hey, listen, hold the phone, motherfucker. You fucking go near my son, I'll fucking break your whole fucking hand, bitch.
Hey, don't talk like that to your vice president.
Wee, mate, you're fucking gonna lose your penis if you're going this way, mate. You're gonna piss on anyone's bike again, you little cunt.
Excuse me, I'm just trying to clean. I'm just trying to clean your butt. Oh shit, son, he's the vice.
Where the fuck is he? I'm coming for him now. I'm chopping it off.
Fuck, son, what do we do? He's the vice.
Definitely not a casino.
Definitely not the fucking casino. Yeah, I thought you weren't there either, Jimmy, mate. That's it. Who's coming there to fucking break these cunts' kneecaps?
What do we do? He's the vice president. Should we kill him or something? He's fucking treating us like shit.
No, Daddy, no.
What do you mean, son? He's treating us like fucking shit. This is our family, alright? You gonna let the fucking vice president treat us like shit? Look, you might have a fucking right on us. We can't let him treat us like shit, you know? Fucking hell, look at you. I think you're very intelligent, motherfucker. Look at you. He's just gonna chop our cocks off.
I heard every fucking word of that, you idiots. What the fuck, mate? You said it on the radio.
Needs to be chopped off. You only need one kid, not two.
That's it. We're going for it.
So why is your turn your fucking radio off? Turn the radio.
Sorry, turn your radio off.
That's it. Yeah, these cunts, they're getting clapped. Where is it? Where's my hatchet out? Good to go. I'll drop. I'm fucking trying to ride this straight in there. Right into the casino is where I'm going with this fucking thing. I'm gonna ride it straight in. Come on. Where are they?
What are you guys up to at the moment? Are you guys, okay at the moment? Let's go hide. Somebody go hide. Let's go into the bathroom. Bathroom, son, over here. Go into the bathroom. Turn your fucking radio off, son.
What bathrooms? Where?
Over here, son, over here. Behind. Oh, you're so fucking stupid. Behind.
Yeah, I got you. I'm calling.
Get into the bathroom.
These cunts are fucking.
Yeah, they're fucking idiots, mate. Downstairs, let's get them. Fuck.
Know what the
Stuck.
bathroom is?
We fucking beat them or shoot them because I'm gonna fucking.
Yeah.
Shoot them and then bait them.
Be more specific, dumbass. Where?
Yeah, and if you get one of their kneecaps or both their kneecaps, then I'm gonna stab the fuck out of them when we're hitting the legs.
Come in here.
Right, 3, 2, 1, let's hit these cunts. Here's Johnny! Where the fuck are you? Alright, not this one. They're upstairs.
Other room.
Was there another restroom on this side? Might be on this side. Well, I don't see it up here. I'm jumping.
We're not in number 3.
What the fuck? There's Nigel. Nigel, did you see those other two dickheads, mate? Where are they? Oh, wait, there's a back room. I found it.
Got an idea, son. Just hide here or just act like mannequins. That's all we do. Act like mannequin.
What the fuck? The fuck is this?
The fucking sparring here.
Yeah, fucking hell. Fuck, this is huge. You said something with number 3. Go on, mate. It's this one. It's this one. Come with me. I know this one. This one. No, Nigel. Jordan. Jordan, it's the next one. It's the next one. Come with me, come with me. In here. Here's Johnny!
You're gonna hear us.
Right, you get him. Fucking these little cunts, shoot him in the knees!
I am.
I am robot. Help!
Right, it's him. And where's Jimmy? Is he done? Get out of here. Right, hit the legs.
Where the fuck are you, Jimmy?
You must hit the legs. I don't see him. You gotta be careful, but the cops will be here soon.
I just opened Turbo Temple. Someone needed an upgrade.
That's alright. How you doing, Jordan? You getting out of here, mate?
I'm grabbing this useless fucking prospect.
That's right, mate. I was just gonna take Jimmy's tyres. If he comes back to this casino again, he's gonna know what's coming to him. That's for fucking sure. Cops coming, cops. I think I can hear him. Yeah, cops here. Hey, mate, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on here?
I don't know, mate. Just been sitting here waiting for a mate.
Waiting for a mate, eh?
Yeah, mate.
No problem. Hey, just mind getting off your vehicles, having a quick chat.
Yeah, right, mate. Oh, I don't know what's good.
Senior Constable Andrew Tate from
mate.
Police Victoria Highway Patrol.
Like, there's something going on up there, eh? Fuck, I see someone's fucking body getting carted away. What the fuck?
Body carted away?
Oh, fuck, did you hear that cunt is groaning?
Not really.
Alright, fair enough. Well, how you doing, mate?
Not too bad. Look, I just got a anonymous call from a local say there's a shots fired in the area. Do you consent to a GSR test there, Marcus?
Yeah, I can send to a GSR test, mate.
No problem. Just put your finger on this bad boy and I'll scrape your nails.
Yeah, mate, scrape them away.
Should be all good. What do we got here? No, mate, you're all good. No gunshot residue, so you are free to go. But yeah, there was a gun. Did you hear any gunshots by any chance?
I did hear a bit of a banging and a fucking commotion, but I thought it might have been someone fucking knocking some chairs over or something. You know, it's a club in there, so he cuts partying all the time. I was just sitting here waiting for a mate, like I said.
Yeah, okay. Hey, Willie, have you heard anything? Did you hear any gunshots in the area recently?
Nah, mate, I was too busy losing my fucking money.
Yeah, mate. If I'm under arrest, am I free to go, sir?
No, you are free to go, Marcus, mate. You have tested negative for a GSR, so yeah, you are free to go. Hey, Willie, FYI, mate, you've got a invalid driver's license. Can you make sure you get that one squared off at City Hall, please?
Yeah, I'll go sort that out, mate.
Right, out of here. I'm not sticking around to find out what's happening there. All right, Jordan, mate. Beautiful work. Yeah, he's distracted up there. He's gonna go looking for evidence, but we've put him on the fucking goose trail there. Oh, Nige!
Yeah, nice. I'm just dropping the fucking prospect at the hospital now.
Yeah, park up here. It's...
What's happening back there? Holy can eh?
Yeah, fucking buddy prospects out here getting the road captain to gamble when we were trying to keep away from the casino. What happens when you talk back to the VP, mate? You get your fucking kneecaps taken out and a lobotomy.
I went down further down the hallway.
Yeah, not good, mate.
Me and Willie just appeared out of nowhere.
Fuck, is old fucking Mark going to take your fucking house dropping? What's going on there, mate?
I don't know. I didn't know where he at right now, but he just
left you.
around.
You just cruising around. What you got? Oh, fuck it, mate. I'll take you to rob a house then. Fucking jump on the back. Can we take you to a garage? We'll get you to rob a house or something, mate. Oh, actually, I'm a bit of a meth cook. I can't do that. Cheech! Cheech! Oh, he's just dog joke. Well, Willie, mate. This is Nigel Bushdi Bushdi.
Nigel, how are ya?
I'm doing very well there. I'm a good daddy.
Hello?
How are you?
Yeah, good.
And my trader, sorry, there was a little radio comms coming.
Yeah, that's me. Hello, Nigel Bushdi Bushdi.
Oh, you're right, Cheech, mate. Just busy.
That French.
No,
Mum, just
that
down here,
indigenous.
just at the
Oh,
drive.
alright, yeah.
That aboriginal.
Yeah.
Got Nige here, mate.
Yeah, I'm just a special nunga cruising about.
Oh, yeah. What do you get up to?
I just shake my leg, sniff some petrol.
Oh, yeah. That sounds like a party.
I only go stand next to the gas station.
Casino still.
Up. Bye.
Alright, see ya, mate.
Yeah, old Cheech, fucking Nigel's going to the casino to get, not casino, the fucking petrol station to get fuel. You gotta take and rob a house. Just get one done for us tonight, eh, can ya? You can tell me how fucking good this fucking Nigel is at robbing and whatnot. You know how slippery he is. Yeah, that's Cheech's, mate, that Nigel fella.
He's still at the casino.
Oh, yes.
Just parked up the top, yeah.
So what happened here?
Oh, well, wee.
The fucking prospect needs a reminder why he just woke up in the hospital.
He's at hospital, wee. Yep. Yeah, so essentially we were having a bit of a fucking chat in skis. And on the radio, and he was like, fuck, he's taking Jimmy to the casino again, and he starts talking back to me, mate. He starts talking shit. We're gonna have that, mate.
Hi guys.
Oh, here he is here.
Speaking of fucking devil.
So what the fuck, what's going on here? Apparently I was put into the hospital.
Yeah, mate, you decided to speak back to the VP, you lost both your kneecaps and got a lobotomy, mate, and yeah, that's essentially what happened.
The VP.
Fucking, yeah, mate.
You're the VP.
Yeah, mate, you fucking better not forget it. So I see that cock out near my bike again. This is cutting it straight fucking off, big nuts. You're gonna be a eunuch with small nuts afterwards, alright?
I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I could have a lollipop.
Actually,
I'm sorry. I'll do anything. I'm really, really sorry. I'm really, 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 really sorry.
Jeez, you can have an energy drink. Maybe it'll calm you down. Maybe it's the opposite. It's like a kid with red frogs that already has ADHD.
Black.
Alright.
Tastes like Red Bull.
Now you just need to keep your fucking... You gotta make sure you're respecting up the chain, wee. The pistol on the box of the day, that's alright. I said you're just cleaning things, but fuck. Taking Jimmy here repeatedly.
Yeah, wait, where is my son? Where's fucking Jimmy? Where is he?
You're not still in the casino, are you, Jimmy?
He fucking ran off.
He ran off?
Yeah, he hit the legs. He's hiding. Jimmy's still alive. He didn't get fully fucking lobotomized, unfortunately.
Unless he bled out, I did shoot him a couple of times.
You did, yeah, yep.
You shot Jimmy?
But your fucking job now, Prospect.
Fucking kneecaps. You lost your fucking kneecaps.
You got a job now, Prospect.
Lose them again.
To make up for this shit, mate, there's a Prospect and a Nigel Bushdi over there, mate. You gotta go help them cunts rob some houses, alright?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, right. I think they're just in the car park. You hit up Cheech or Mark on the radio, and you go from there, alright? I want you to rob one house of these cunts.
Do not wear your cut while you're fucking doing crime. Get changed.
Yeah, mate.
Understood.
Get onto them now, mate.
Yeah, take that fucking lockpick.
Okay.
They've got ones already. I gave it to them earlier.
Yeah, I just gave
I'm poor.
Oh, that's alright. Sweet. Really? I'm gonna check this fucking meth, so I'll be down there. I'll be back.
Nothing. How poor are you?
Right, Cheech, mate. I'm sending fucking Wee to help you out, mate. He's the other Prospect.
Oh, God, did you just see that in your fucking mirror?
Nah, mate, he's got to make up for fucking what he's just got in trouble for, mate. And so Prospect and Prospect have to work together here, mate. And I guess it's Prospect and Nigel.
Where are yous? What are yous doing?
We're all at 7293, I think.
Sorry, what was that postcode again?
Casino.
Jeez, copper.
Are you still in the bloody, where's it, 7293 car park there, Cheech? Where is he?
Robbing this house.
Oh, you're mid-robbery, mate. Mid-robbery, understood. Wait, get a fucking grip, mate. You're meant to be helping these cunts. What are you doing?
We just killed everyone here.
Yeah, no, you're right, boys. Wee's a separate different person, mate. Wee's getting bashed in the middle of the road right now.
Sorry, take it. Fucking idiot. Alright, where's the... Stop it, I was going to press so much
Oh, sorry, Prez. Oh, Prez, sorry, mate.
Alright, where's your fucking other... Where's his other prospect?
They're already robbing our house, mate, so it's up to you to fucking talk to them on the radio. Oh, I need to get some of those.
Knuckle dusters.
It's not nice, guys. Where's my bike? Where's my...
I don't know, it's a casino somewhere, mate.
Just make sure you get changed before you fucking do any robbery.
What's that there, Cheech, mate? You should be able to, buddy, walk up to the tables and the fucking the cupboard and that, and if it doesn't come up with anything, you just need to press your Alt muscle so it says in your eyes Alt is enabled. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, nice.
Yeah. That fucking 4-door. Wait, is that
I want one of these. Another legendary. Nice, Crave. Poop. How you doing, Joey?
Should be a good car for when we do banks, hopefully.
What'd you get, mate? Premier?
I don't know what it's called. It's something. It's a good, nice 4-door though.
Not me. Oh.
Like a BMW a little bit.
I think that is the Premier, mate. Was it 53k?
Yeah.
Yeah, mate. Yep. I was gonna buy it too. Yeah, I'm good.
We're gonna have to fucking kill him again, I swear.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, mate. Alright, wait, mate. Cheech and that are already in a house, so just liaise with these cunts, please, and fucking get to the next house with them. Fucking hell.
Well, okay, what house are you at, Cheeto, man?
Cheeto, man.
Jazz the thief. Oh, she's stealing them. Zapdos.
Mark, Cheeto, what house you guys at?
Kind of fucking stupid.
Cheech, you fucking mongoloid. Fucking hell. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well, but just going off. I'm gonna check on this fucking meth. I'll be back. Fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck, gamble all my money away.
These cunts are just stressing me out at this point.
Yeah, this is, I'll give you a bag.
Just sit here for a fucking work meeting quickly.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yeah, pass it around.
39% purity, okay.
Give us a bag. I have a stiff of it now. Fucking, I'll stop being snobbish.
I wonder what it sells for.
Probably fuck all. It's not very pure.
Yeah, I don't know. I fucking sniffed a bit and it did sweet fuck all. So either my meth tolerance is just really...
Wait, they're here. Come back to 1793. 1793. Park up, boys. Wee's coming back for you, boys, alright? Just park up here for us.
No. I think there's a bigger issue at play here, boys.
What's that?
You feel anything?
We just killed everybody at
Yeah,
the
I'm on my
house,
way.
thinking it was the
That's what I
house that we were meant to go to.
Me too.
Wait, which house did you go to?
Fucking meth in me time though, so...
The red house on the map.
Oh, you went to the trap house, boys. Oh, I see. Oh. Just be quiet for a second here. Go park up.
You didn't hear shit.
Shit. Boys, park your car up. They can see you, mate. What the fuck is doing? Park the car, Cheech. Park the car, Cheech, mate. Just park up. Yeah, there you go, mate. Yeah.
Forgot how to fucking do things.
Mate, no, because the cops are right next to you, mate. You can't just sit on the fucking road there. It's not like a snake where you sit still, it won't bite you.
Brother, I pulled up and I asked him, what the fuck is his problem?
Fair enough, Cheech. Right, so Wee's coming back here. He's going to get into your group with yous, and he'll sort yous out. Fuck. I wouldn't trust any other prospect but Wee, alright? Wee, mate. These cunts went to the trap house and killed everyone inside the trap house. Get onto their fucking group on the high step and take them to their house, mate.
Okay.
You can sort them out, Wee.
Yeah, I'll sort them.
They've never done a fucking house, mate, so fucking keep your stupidity to yourself.
What fucking pussies? I mean, that's awesome. That's really great. Don't worry, you guys are gonna become the best robbers in the fucking city.
Right, guys, this is Wee. Put a fucking towel down on your seat because he pisses everywhere. So fucking hell. Right.
Alright, let's go, guys. Let's go.
Sorry about that, Cheech. Love you, mate.
That guy's a fucking dickhead, isn't he? Am I right, guys?
Oh, nice catch. I'm heading back to this, Beth.
Do you have to go in there with it, or do you have... Can you get it in there?
Oh, stamina. Your stamina with meth, guys. That's what it does. Hey, Willie, how fast can you run? Did you smoke any of that meth? Yeah, I think you got really good stamina, guys. I can run really fast now that I've had that meth. Nice catch. What is that again? What was it? What did I see? How are you? I'm doing alright, dude, to be honest with you. Yeah, it was a bit of a slow week last week. Jasmine and Thea were crook and I was trying to like get things back sorted. Didn't sort out stuff with my dad, but I'm getting hit with bills and fucking like motherfuckers don't understand legal jargon, which is obviously annoying as well. No, I haven't been watching any footy. I watched.
Find that car. I haven't tried it yet.
I watched a snippet of the UFC, but only because it was like, oh my god, idiocracy happened in real life. Yeah, I think it does something to your stamina, mate, by the looks of it. Oh, I feel like I've got the... I just can run for days, mate. I stop for a second, I can run again almost instantly.
Yeah, right. That could be fucking handy when we're dealing with the cops.
Yeah, mate, I reckon I'd go like a fucking jackrabbit too.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. England play tonight, finally. Nice to see they're playing.
Are you busy at the moment?
Who are they playing? Are they playing us? They're playing us?
Please get you to open up turbos.
Yes, sir.
Back at turbos all night long. Oh, little ollie over that fucking rail. But other than that, other people don't understand the legal jargon and stuff like that. It's been pretty alright. Got a call from the mechanic on Tuesday about my Telstar.
Fucking bike on and running on the ground here at the casino.
Wait.
Yeah, that sounds about fucking right.
Yep. But yeah, so I got a call. They got to send my ignition off because they can't repair the part. They got to fully like it's not replace it. Sorry, can't find anywhere to replace it. So they're going to try and repair it. It's going to be interesting, but it means my ignition will work properly.
You prospect, so no one can steal it. You're fucking welcome.
All right, I'm not going to get burnt here. Start cooking. Add acid. So I might have burnt it by sitting here too long and not getting it at the right moment, eh? Like right when it's done. Do this next patch part. Let's pour and cool. No, I don't know yet. No prices. No prices really, but it's going to be expensive. I could have asked for prices if I wanted them, to be fair. That was the moment. I'm waiting for him because he went away. I called him back. I missed the full call on Tuesday. He called me at like 4:30, 5 o'clock. I missed the call. And I called him back this morning and I got like a worker because he's away for the rest of the week. So I'll get a call back from him most likely next week of like the actual information, like where it's at. He's like, the worker said some shit, but he's not been the one working on it. It's been the owner of the shop. And then when I have that conversation, I'm going to book in the Chrysler to get the bash plate and the bumper repaired. Well, I need to just replace the bumper. Got a few spare parts in the back to fix it up as well, so it won't be too expensive, but yeah. Yeah, it's been a month and a week, I'm pretty sure. It's been a little while. Do a little 50k raffle for you guys as well in chat. But yeah, it's been a little while. And I was getting itchy. Like this week, but like we're not in the best financial situation. And like I wasn't gonna like pay the car bill in one fell swoop anyway. I was gonna pay it in like blocks and whatever, installments. But it's probably a good thing I didn't get stung with it this week. Because I'm hoping to try and get that Chrysler in and back out before they actually get my car out, you know what I mean? But it's just a play it by ear thing really, isn't it? Make sure you guys use exclamation join to get into that raffle there. Before time runs out. But what is it? 2 minutes left. Might go break into a mailbox. Wait, he's doing crime in his cut too. I didn't say nothing to him. Didn't say nothing. I'll have to wait and see. Well, I should have won their game, first game 2-0. That's good, dude. They're doing alright. You said you're versus Croatia, so that's a difficult match. Yeah, I probably should watch more football. There's actually State of Origin on tonight too, which I'm pretty sure that Cheech fella Nigel watched. They're having fun with it. We're getting right into it. And like the boys probably want me to get amongst that too, but I'm not too into watching the sports anymore. I only watch stuff I can play, and if I can't play it, or I don't play it, I don't watch it. So that's not a lot of stuff anymore, really. I watch UFC, so I'm talking at my butt there. Little cheeky backy. I don't know why I'm doing that. I shouldn't be doing that. Fail roleplay, FIP. Well, I don't like soccer though. I love playing soccer. Just don't watch it. I should watch more of it though. I pops right into it. He's from Sheffield, but so makes sense that he's just sitting there pumping the fucking soccer all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I grew up playing league. I played rugby league. Couple of games at AFL. And I played soccer once I had a back injury at like 15, 16. So I was never really into football or soccer as the main thing. It was definitely league. But I did like BMX racing, tennis as a kid. Did BMX racing until I was like 12, 13. And I did league after that. I did tennis as well throughout most of primary school. It's got pretty expensive once you get into high school. But it's an expensive sport. Fun, but definitely fun. I miss playing all the sports I used to play. I'm definitely pretty unhealthy now. I smoke too much. Even the few durries I have, you know. League of Legends, no. Imagine saying that. No, rugby league. What is it, the Poor Men's Union? And there's 2 winners for this raffle. Ooh, we got a little bloody, I can't see what the Pokemon is. Natu. Where's his post boxes? Thank you. 25k each for Thomas and Crave. You're rubbish to get rid of. Look, I do. Why not? No, we're doing alright. Oh, meteorite strike. What was the meteorite strike? No, it's all the way up north. It's cooked. Back to mailboxes. 55k chips. Not doing too good on the chippies there, Crave, mate. That's right. Oh, I say do top chips. What am I doing? Donnie should know. It's his own thing. So we got in top. Jazz has got $1 billion. Harles is at 30 mil. It's actually not that much between it. You want to see the is it Pokey stats in the campers? Hey, they did that wrong. Oh, it's top Pokey. That's right. Oh. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Spend on one on balls, that makes sense. Jazz bought a bunch of fucking master balls and still has money left. I don't know how she has so much, but she just like, just grinds it. So I'm trying to remember my fucking commands here. For control. It's a great song, that's why I turned it up. Alright. So let's see the top catches. There you go. Finally got it. And then I want to go top Pokey. And let's go value. He's got the most value ones. Yeah, dude. 17. To be fair, it's mainly Theo, but it is mainly Theo. He's catching them all. He just loves them. It's pretty cute. Jazz was telling me that, like, he gets excited to sit there and catch them, and he's always like, oh, it's alright. I missed that one. There'll be another Pokemon. It's okay. It's like, oh, no, I missed that one. And that's why she bought the Master Balls, because she didn't want to, fucking, what's it called? How you keep getting like heartbroken and that. It would, dude. We do the top Pokey by IV. If you do top Pokey by IV, you probably have it, bro, because the IVs are higher for the shinies as well. No, I got it for IV. Yeah, I'm lying. But you can go through your whole Poke inventory and sell them and bugger them off. That's what I'd be doing, eh? There's some fucking mailboxes, bro. I'm too busy dribbling now. Gotten distracted. There's bins. Yeah. Wait, it's like, who's got the, Actually, hold on. Yeah, that's true. I think you can actually check it too, because if you go Bill's PC, oh, mate, you have to look at the commands. Actually, I'm not going to sit here and try and say it. But you can, like, you can pick which one. Because then, if you have, like, 2 of the same Pokemon, they fill the same slot or whatever. Right, it's on page 2 or 3. I don't see Charmander there. Yeah, so it should be 29. So yeah. There's something off with the maths on that. I'll fix that. You're on the money, brother. Something's broken with the maths. It could be that it's averaging it. We'll see, but... It could be that like, I like it, all your IVs or something, and then average your highest from that, but that doesn't make sense. It should just be your top IV. I bet you that's what I've done, mathematically. But it doesn't make sense, so we'll fix that. Good catch. Bloody Jasmine's brothers wants us to get battling going. The math ain't mathin'. Math ain't mathin'. It would have made sense to me at the time. And like, once you actually start getting stats, it's a little different, isn't it? So, whoop, whoop. Oh. Someone hot mic in the radio, what the fuck?
What happened?
I don't like the song either. I was actually just thinking to remove this from the playlist. Because I'm trying to make this more of the Barky playlist. Good song, but not the best. Tiny Dancer by Elton John. I don't know, I can see crackling in my ears and I don't know, I'm just a bit wigged out. Maybe I'm having a moment.
Demo.
How you going, wee mate? Have you got him into a house yet or?
About to.
Nice, mate, nice. The good thing is wee will wise up and actually help these guys out. He'll be dumb, but he won't be too dumb. He's probably gonna have fun with Nigel. He's gonna have a lot of fun, I reckon. Alright, we gotta find some more post boxes, but there's another one. No, do the fucking newspaper boxes too. Yeah, you gotta come in and get an update. Get another script there. Actually, I probably shouldn't be doing crime when we fucking dead them, but anyway. But anyway, a little sendy send. No more things over there. Yep. Bloody. There's been drama for us this week. Gaz finally went and seen the doctor after way too long. And then the doctor's like, holy shit. You need to go do this, and this. This. And holy fuck, it's just a lot to do, eh? Like, meds this, med that, see this specialist, see that specialist. It just makes me thankful that I've got good health, to be fair. But, still, it's us all in the pocket. Your own fault. Oh, you're letting your scripts run out too close or something, or would you hurt yourself? Is that what you mean? We need more like now. Yeah, you definitely do. You can't be running out.
I don't care if it's practically a lock to get picked up at the phone.
Oh shit.
You motherfucker! What the hell? Crazy.
Oh no. That's not ideal. Big Donski's getting clapped. Big Donski's getting clapped here. Big Donski's getting clapped.
Your face, bitch, it's a perfect match.
No! We get. Oh! They hit hard. Go, Donnie! Donnie's hit the legs out of here. Ooze. Oh my god, those baseball bats fucking hit hard. Oh! Holy shit. Fucking hell. I nearly got clapped there, Atrix, mate. Nearly just witnessed a knockout first in, bro. Don't fuck around with the mailman. Remind me that next time. That cunt bonked me, bro. Fucking hell. Bonked the shit out of me. I'm nearly dead, bro. 4% health. Not ideal. Out here robbing mailboxes and fucking pickpocketing cunts.
Quick. I got to 245.
Is that the premiere?
Yep.
Yeah, not ideal, eh? Fuck. Well, I reckon I've got a pretty nice little fucking getaway car. That fucking stagier looking thing. You didn't sound too impressed with that, mate. Oh! I did crash. Fuck. Said it. You said it. You want to hit an XH by crashing with then, mate? That was close. If I hit it hard enough, I'd be going skis, eh? Thank God seatbelts are always on bikes so that you fucking can't really fall off.
Fucking lost it.
Yeah, boom.
Now what we're gonna do?
People aren't keeping me honest,
fuck.
but Dan. They're not keeping me honest, lad. They need to be doing better out here. It's alright, but. Get back in here. Holy shit. I nearly got clapped, chat. Alright, let's go finish up this meth. Drop off the rest of it to Willie or something. Put the chemicals away and the fucking thing away. Redeem can't use seatbelts. So they're permanently on the bikes. Should we make that a fucking channel point redemption butt? I'll do it. That's a pretty good one. Make it like 10k Don dollars or something. 5k Don dollars. Should do. Done. After stream I'll set it up. Easy. I'll write it down somewhere. Write it down somewhere in my Discord for myself. Yes. Or put it in somewhere I'll actually remember. Probably the general chat. Oh my god, look at this dog cunt Julio. He's not responded to Crave. Fuck, bro. I'm bad for it. I look at the messages. You know what I do? I go, I'll reply to this later. I make a coffee. I chill out. And then I go, I'm going to go play games. And I just fucking forget, bro. Bad for it. Nice. Well, like a massage place doesn't accept Don dollars and that makes me upset. They might accept chippies, bro. Just hit them up and be like, hey, the real fucking Don Julio said he's got these chippies here. Some fucking Pokemons as well. But I might have to come over and do some favours back myself to help him out. I don't know. Done. Nice catch here. Jazz has come back to show off. She's got master balls. Or did you change her ball to a great ball or something? Oh, there's a wall there. Trying to read chat or driving, it's not ideal. Hey. Yeah, Theo's not awake now. Nah, still master balls. Yeah, it's just baiting everyone. Oh, it's bullshit. Sports bikes. Enjoy, Donnie. You enjoy. Have a good night, dude. Thank you. I have to go over to that massage parlor and have a good time, you reckon, eh?
It's pretty decent to get away from the cops in though, because...
Exclamation mark balls in chat. I believe is the one you want. Get into them for me. Yeah, I'll get them warmed up, lad. I don't think I'm gonna go too hard on them, mate, because I don't want to fucking, you know, ruin the experience for you, mate. You know what I'm saying? I know that you need to keep it fucking, you know. Yeah, I don't know how I can say this to stream without fucking incriminating myself, actually. But you know what I'm saying, mate. You know, I don't go blowing out any hallways on you beforehand, brother. Can I help you? Oh, it's you, Willie. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, mate. I packed that table up so fucking quickly. Alright, so it was less pure. Yeah, I just finished it then. You can have the whole thing too.
How'd it go?
Less pure, less bags.
Yeah, okay.
So I did this time. It was 200 degrees Celsius. I reckon 175's on the money, eh? You go back down. Right? And then I did 2 acetone, 1 iodine, and 3 ammonia. Oh, 2 ammonia, sorry. I reckon maybe up the acetone and then down the ammonia. I'm not too sure. Is it just fucking trial and error, but eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
I think Torbjorn was fucking around with it the other night. It might be worth giving him a buzz, see if he works something out.
Easy, mate. I've got a bunch of supplies left on me. I might go chuck this in the back of one of my vans so I can make the rest of it, or do you want me to leave it out so someone else can make it if I'm not around?
Just chuck it in your van, mate.
Yep. Easy. Alright. Well, you got 15.
What's that?
No, you go ahead, mate. You go ahead.
Yeah, this thing's not too bad. I think it'd be good, like, getting chased. As long as you don't fucking hit the freeway or whatever.
Yeah, it's not a good straight liner.
Yeah, but it's good handling and up to like 200, 220, it's good acceleration.
Yeah, beauty, mate, beauty.
Yeah, just take it for a fucking pearl if you want, mate.
Yeah. I was gonna buy one. Got the wrong side, did I?
That wrong side.
This guy by myself, am I? Does it take this fella a lot? No.
Take it for a spin, mate. Be quicker with one here.
Yeah, it's excellent on the acceleration, but I have to admit, a lot of the cars in this city have pretty decent acceleration, you know what I'm saying? Like, they've fucking got boost to the fucking shit house.
Yeah.
How's it handle off-road? What's the script like for the off-road? Pretty good. Have you tried it on the fucking grass yet, mate? That might be where she excels by the feels of her. She's got some pretty nice grip on the fucking, on the grass and off-road here.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's a crash. Mad crash there. Yeah, I'm digging this fucker up a little bit, but yeah, this is alright. I see what you're saying. No straight highway runs, but you get away in the alleys in this easily.
Yeah, it's like when you hit that fucking, I think it's like third gear, it starts to really fucking kick in.
Like, it's under a lot of boost, mate. Is it a 6 or 5 gear, mate? Because there might be another gear left in there still. You just can't get it to wind out hard enough.
Fucking 8 gears.
8?
Yeah.
Just got it 240 in 5th, mate. She definitely goes faster than 240.
Just, once you get to like 240, it just fucking, I don't know, it's weird. It like
Revs out or something.
Like it's still going and changes gears, but it's not going any quicker.
Yeah, it just winds out sort of thing.
Yeah, it's strange.
Alright, well I'm gonna check on Weiwei and this other prospect. He put this shit in me van.
Yeah, right.
Alright. Try out the car that I've got next time and we'll see. That might be a better getaway car, but it's fucking, maybe it's a little cheesy, you know, like a bit Richard cheesy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think it works, mate.
Yeah, that's fair. Alright, well, let's see if I can find Weiwei,
Alright, good luck with that.
Jeez. Weiwei, mate, you fucking finished your run yet or what?
What'd you say, sorry?
Mate, surely you've fucking gotten Nigel and Cheech into a house and out by now.
They were having little issues. They're just taking a quick little nap and then they'll be back. But don't worry, Big Paydick will be in the house in no time. Shut up.
Alright. Don't hold them up if they can't get it done tonight, mate. It's not that big of a deal either there, wee.
I want to help them out, you know? They seem like nice people.
Yeah, that Nigel fella, Bucky. I thought that fucking Mark Cheechy fella was alright. This Nigel fella, he's got a head on him, mate. He's screwy. He was fucking... I found him doing gems at the fucking foundry, mate.
Oh, shit. He's a bit of a foundry person, huh?
Yeah. And I didn't even take a carrot or a stick near him, mate. He figured it out all on his own.
But you know what? It's time to change that then.
Yeah, well, that's what you're meant to be doing, carrot and sticking on, mate. Alright.
I'm gonna fucking take a nap, guys. I'll fucking chat to you later.
Enjoy, big nuts. A bit left. Can we make a big batch? Is that the next thing? We just make a big batch for a bit of pseudo left. No, it goes bad though, but you can still use it, crush it up. That's alright. I didn't know that. Didn't know that. Still got one of these hatchets, large parcels left. Ammo case, that's mad. Hold on. This table there. That's what we like to see. What's this ammo case got in it? Oh, just a bit of ammo. That makes sense. That makes sense, right? Alrighty, chat. But I think this is what we might call it. I'll wait for these two Muppets to get back on and about. And fucking, I want to see if they need help otherwise, eh? I mean, we will report back to me, but let's have a look who we can raid. That could also help us figure out if we finish it up here or not. There's no one to raid, there's no point stopping. No, I'm not joking. I am pretty tired. My voice is starting to fucking hurt, to be honest with you. Ah, look at that, mate. Westy is live. I did guess correctly. We finished it up, chat. What do you reckon? I reckon we do. I reckon we do. I'll be going live again from 7 PM tomorrow night. With a bit more GTA roleplay, I think. But I might whip out the Euro truck. I don't know. But if there's Nigel and fucking Cheech around tomorrow night, I reckon 100% they'll need a helping hand. And I'll be there to yell at them over their shoulder. I think that's a good idea. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I'll get Westy Gaming's raid going. Now we got a few YouTube videos planned coming out this week, a few shorts. I'm trying to work on stuff in the background. I'm trying to get those YouTube streams going again too. They're not disappeared. They're not gone forever. They will be back. They will be back. Now let's get this set up. Alrighty, Federal Few. I'm going to have myself a bit of a sleep, eh? Alrighty. Now if you guys are subs here, make sure you guys use DonHulieo Raid, DonHulieo Hype, and DonHulieo High Emote in Westy's chat. And if not, use one of the free ones you got there. We got a bunch of them.
Goodbye.
Enjoy, big nuts. Have a look around here. But much love to all you guys in chat. Thank you guys for all tuning in. Thank you, Crave, for the prime. And thank you for everyone that's just tuned in and hung out. Lego for the hydrate. I definitely had a sip of that. Got a few follows yesterday, which is kind of nice as well. Can't complain there at all. We'll do a GG by GTA, man. Yeah, take care. See you guys all have a good one. Thank you guys for kicking back, role playing and having fun. Like I said, live from 7 PM tomorrow night. Just be chilling, either trucking or role playing. We'll have to see if Cheech and Nigel are around. And most importantly, you guys must stay dons and fuck Kelly Holiday. Alright, love you guys to chat. Bye bye now.